Hey guys, how's it going? Just boiling some potatoes right now. Even though Lane told me not to. I don't have a microwave. That context is going to be missing to the entirety of my audience, other than about 50 people. Which leads me very nicely into how I would like to open this video. You see, some of you may have noticed that YouTube has changed
Patron bottle empty on the floor of the Maybach.
its algorithm, its recommendation algorithm. In particular, there's been changes to how videos get recommended. In terms of, it has ceased to. I'm gonna move this thing away from here. Let me put it on this salt. That's a salt. This is terrible. But maybe that's a good thing, as you'll hear. So there's been a change where YouTube has started recommending lower viewed videos more frequently. Boosting, there's a dog over here. Boosting videos from low subscriber count channels, etc. And you've probably noticed that you get more random videos in your recommendations which have like a couple hundred views or less than you used to. And I've certainly noticed this. Another thing I've noticed is that my videos are among those affected by this change. Because more frequently now I get comments from people who I don't recognize and who clearly aren't within the Denpa community of this channel, of the Denpa site, DenpaTube, whatever you want to call it. Who seem to, they're just lacking context, right? And like I've often said, I'm not really interested in getting viewers, right? What I'm interested in is having subscribers, because the way I make videos and the way I think about my YouTube channel is as a series, right? That any individual video might make some sense on its own, but really you need the whole context. You need to follow the narrative in order to understand where I'm coming from. You need to, if you want to know where I'm coming from, you need to follow the whole narrative. And they used to be fine. These days it's not so fine, because all my videos get recommended to a bunch of randos. And the worst thing about randos is that I don't know what's wrong with them, but for some reason they love to leave comments without actually watching the video. Like, they love to say stuff that is addressed in the video that they're watching. And this is very confusing. I'd always thought when YouTubers talked about this phenomenon that they were bullshitting, or that maybe people were just interpreting the video. No, it's real. And you know the reason I know it's real. I addressed this in the latest episode of the Slice of Life podcast, is that I made a video on my TF2 channel that got like 40,000 views, the most views I've ever gotten on a video. And I had to bear witness to a lot of comments from randos who don't know what they're talking about, love to misinterpret, and it made me realize that, those two things happened coincidentally to each other. They coincided. YouTube changed its algorithm so that my regular videos were getting recommended to more randos, even though at the same time they weren't necessarily getting more views in general. It's just that it wasn't so much my regular subscriber base, it was randos. And around the same time I had this video massively blow up. And so it's really struck me how much I dislike this. I really have completely eliminated any desire to make videos that get views, that do well in the algorithm. Like, if I ever had such a desire, which I have had in the past, there's a couple of things that have changed. Firstly, I found out that actually fucking sucks, and you really don't want that. It's actually a really unpleasant experience because of the commenters who are just the worst trash. That if I do ever want something like that, if I want to make up, like, there's still some value in, like, hey, I have some point which I'm really proud of, something that I really want to say that I think is important, I think is notable, I think I have an interesting thing to say here, and I want a wide audience to see it. I have a venue for that now, which is my TF2 channel. So the idea of this channel ever being, I don't know, I've just kind of left this idea in the dirt that something like that would ever happen or would be valuable. Obviously, I was never going to start making Mr. Beast videos, but, you know, slightly more mainstream stuff, like some of my TF2 videos and some of my gaming videos and whatever. It's just... So, I thought if I make, you know, stupid little videos like I have been making recently, they're not really stupid, they're good, but low single topic videos I just record on my phone in really low resolution with no thumbnail, no clickbait title, like just as basic as I can possibly get, that this might avoid the situation. But it hasn't. YouTube's algorithm also loves to recommend those videos to randos. So I'm developing a new strategy. And the new strategy is an old strategy with a few modifications. The new strategy is to stitch a bunch of those videos together into a longer video, which you might recognize from the fact that that's what I used to do before I started the podcast. But my new addition to the strategy is to begin that video with a really long rant that is completely inconsequential to the rest of the video. You're in this, you are here. That way, it will filter out all the people who just randomly get this recommended and don't actually have any, they don't care about the channel, they just see a video disconnected from a channel, right? And so they'll click and they'll see me boiling potatoes and they'll be like, I don't want to fucking hear this guy boil potatoes for 3 hours, right? Because the video's going to, you know, the video will be 3 hours long or whatever, however long it will be. And this will scare them off. And they won't even bother writing a comment because they'll just be like, this is boring, I don't get it, and they'll leave. And this intro will be fairly long, you know, and that hopefully the real ones who stay are invested enough that they're not gonna, you know, be idiots. And that's the thesis. I have no idea if it'll actually work, but this is me testing. This is me testing my thesis. We don't have access to the actual YouTube algorithm. We don't know how it works. So all I can do is throw a bunch of different tests at it and see how it reacts. And we can make some, you know, assessments based on the evidence we gather. Because these people aren't real. Like, the commenters, they might be technically real people, but they're not actually real people. They're just a consequence of a decision made by a YouTube engineer, right? So really what we're testing here is the algorithm. We don't really care that much about, like, people. People don't matter. So what happened to me was, I went on a bit of a quest. I went on a strange quest where I ended up reading a lot of philosophy stuff. I just got very into politics and philosophy stuff. I went back and I read, there's a dog here. You can't see him. He's down here. Look, a dog. Anyway, yeah, I went back and I read Marx. I read a bunch of Marx, and I read some Baudrillard and I read some Deleuze, and I read a bunch of stuff. I read a bunch of secondary texts on Marx as well. I read Marx in Motion by Thomas Nagel or Nile. And I read a bunch of stuff on, like, Marxist.org. I don't even remember who made them, just random stuff. I wanted to have a good grasp on Marx. You'll know this if you've been reading my blog. And I've come to a few conclusions. I also started reading a bit of Nicholas Luhmann and a little bit of Stafford Beer. I did a lot of reading, a lot of PDFs, basically. And I was gonna make this video originally about some of the conclusions I've come to, and lack thereof, right? Like, how something I've noticed. I was originally going to talk about the conclusions, but the more I thought about it, the more the lack thereof came to be the defining factor. So, like, if you look at, let's just take as an example three guys: Karl Marx, Gilles Deleuze, and Jean Baudrillard, right? All three of them are very famous in their own right. But one thing that's interesting about their philosophies is it's almost impossible. You'd think, right, like Baudrillard, especially later Baudrillard, you read Fatal Strategies, for example, and he has a little bit of a vague idea. Like, he sort of talks about this concept of seduction, creating seductive images, but he doesn't seem very confident in, like, revolutions or political change or human agency or anything like that, right? He doesn't really have a political program very intentionally, right? And then Deleuze, although what I was doing was reading Difference and Repetition, actually, so I wasn't even in the capitalism and schizophrenia area, but generally speaking, I spent quite a while in the past trying to understand Deleuze in order to get a politics out of him, because he talks about capitalism all the time. But the thing about Deleuze is there's really no coherent political program in anything he's written. He has a few vague ideas about lines of flight and stuff like that. He's sort of more about giving you a framework with which to imagine your own political program, but the framework itself is very difficult to understand, first of all, and I don't understand it. And secondly, it's only the very, very skeletal beginnings, right? Like, Baudrillard is much more bold with his claims, but his claims are, there's sort of nothing we can do, right? Deleuze is a lot more skeptical, and he's like, we got to start from the beginning, from a sort of ontological point of difference, etc., and see where that takes us. But that's what where does that take us? Nobody really knows. The only person, as far as I'm concerned, who's ever actually tried to see where that took us is fucking Nick Land, right? And Nick Land also, like, I'd say Nick Land is the only person I can think of who, at least I'm aware of, who's actually come up with like a Deleuzian like politics. But his politics is, there's nothing you can do, the robots are going to kill us all, and you should be happy about it, right? And so then the other guy who I spend most of the time on is Karl Marx, and you'd imagine Marx, communism, like, surely that's super political, right? Like, surely you can get some sort of political program out of that. But that's actually the whole problem with communism as it's existed so far, is that Marx basically says fucking nothing about communism. His biggest book is Das Kapital. It's all an analysis of capitalism. Almost everything he wrote was just an analysis of how we arrived at capitalism. He makes very, very few actual statements about what communism would look like or how to get there, which is, I think, what's caused so much confusion and death in the world and strange societies, is that Marx was very cautious about making any predictions about the future or prescriptions about what a society ought to look like, because he was kind of concerned with especially late Marx. Early Marx more of a humanist. Late Marx, which is most of what people would have read who were, because most of the early Marx stuff wasn't published in the early 20th century. So, where was I going with this? Right. He doesn't really talk much about morality, right? He's very anti-moral. He doesn't want to give some sort of moralist account of why capitalism is bad, which seems to be the general theme amongst Marxists themselves. You getting down? Okay. Right. Um, he's just sort of analyzing it as is, which again goes pretty contrary to what most people think about capitalism. Now, I think if you read between the lines of it, he is giving a moral account. He is giving some sort of moralism, but he doesn't say it explicitly, right? Like even when he talks about like capitalist value extraction, surplus extraction, he doesn't say and the capitalist steals X value from the worker. He says, like, uh, the worker gets paid the value of their wage labor, which happens to be less than the value that it can produce in terms of commodities. And he just says, that's a stroke of luck for the capitalist. Like, that's all he says. He doesn't say there's some evil guy. So, the only place he really ever gives anything you can it's sort of like I'm talking about Critique of the Gotha program, right? In Critique of the Gotha program, a lot of people focused on this because it's the only times when he's actually taking a look at a socialist program and being like, nope, this is not correct for this and this reason, and alternatively maybe you should do this kind of thing. Like you can sort of read between the lines of him saying like, okay, if he thinks this is bad and this is bad that Lassalle is doing, I'm not going to call. I keep in my head. There's a letter. There's a letter from Marx to Engels where he refers to Lassalle. I can't say it on YouTube. What he what he calls him. I can't repeat the words that he uses, even in German. But every time I think of Ferdinand Lassalle, I just think of that bleep-ish bleeper Lassalle, which is what he calls him in a letter to Engels, which is really funny. Anyway, um, so really, like that's the ultimate thing is you can't even really get much of a political program out of Marx. I know it sounds crazy, it sounds insane, but I really don't think that there's. I think you can get some. I think that there's some like same with Deleuze and same with Baudrillard. Like there's some stuff that they're like, uh, you know, do this differently. uh, but there's no solid answers. And then the other thing I was running into so much, especially with Marx, is how difficult it is to get anything out of them when they can be interpreted in so many different ways. Like again, like there's so much of a history of Marxism, right? And there's so many people who interpret the text in completely incompatible ways. Take something very fundamental like the labor theory of value, right? Um, by the way, when I say looking for a political program, I don't mean I want to be told what to do by these people. What I mean is I want to know what I'm just out of intellectual curiosity want to know what these people wanted. That's what I'm saying here. Okay, let me make that clear. Um, but anyway, where was I going with this? I just derailed my own train of thought. Right, so let's take two Marxists, right? On the one hand, there's this guy called Paul Cockshott. He wrote a book called Towards a New Socialism, and he's very into the sort of cybernetic socialism. He thinks you can have a really efficient government and state or world, economic mode, if you have a directly democratic form of government. But there is a state. There's very much a centralized state, but things are voted on through direct democracy. And importantly, you have a cybernetic socialism like Allende's Chile, but with modern free open source software and modern computing hardware in order to make a centrally planned economy and distribute goods and whatever, all based on like labor value fundamentally, right? And I think Paul Cockshott's got some interesting stuff to say. I haven't actually read Towards a New Socialism, but he has a YouTube channel, and it's actually really fun. He has a million fucking videos. So I was mostly just watching his YouTube videos, which is very funny. So that's one guy. He's like, here's how you make. Okay, so take the labor theory of value to be true. Here's how you make a very efficient, economy based on that. Then you have someone like Thomas Nile, who thinks, no, actually, when Marx talks about the labor theory of value, or the law of value, whatever he calls it. He's just talking about something that exists under capitalism. He thinks this is like silly, right? He's not saying there's some ultimate law or this is how value is created. He's saying that like under capitalism, we think about value as coming from labor and surplus extraction and socially necessary labor time. But if you read all of Capital, ultimately for Marx, it all comes down to primitive accumulation, the enclosure movements in England and so on. That's really where all value is generated, from enclosing nature, from primitive accumulation, from enslaving people either through regular slavery or serfdom or wage slavery, and from enclosing land, capturing natural resources. That's where this notion of value really comes from, and therefore we should abolish value. That's what Marx is actually arguing. He thinks that this metaphysical concept of value is a problem, and that we need to move past it. So these two things, these two interpretations of Marx, are completely, you can't gel them at all, right? They don't make any sense together, right? And the problem is, I see both of them, and I'm both of them make convincing arguments, and I don't even know which one's more accurately representing Marx. This is the problem, right? It's all stuff like this where you just end up the more you read, the less you understand. The more I read, the more I'm I guess this could be interpreted this way, or it could be interpreted, I think Thomas Nile, his book Marx in Motion, is really fucking good. I recommend it. But also, I think it does have some methodological flaws. He relies really heavily on etymology as a methodology, and I'm just not that convinced by the etymological arguments that he makes sometimes. Some of them are good, some of them I'm not so sure about. And this is kind of his thing. He has another book, which I think is just called Matter in Motion, I think, where he's sort of proposing this lineage of kinetic materialism, going from the Mycenaeans to Lucretius, and then Marx, and I think Virginia Woolf and some other people. Weirdly not Deleuze. Whatever. The point being, he's weird. He's got a whole weird new materialism thing going on. I think it's kind of convincing. I'm not fully convinced by it though. I think it's interesting. Anyway, the more I read, the less I understood, and I think that's the goal of thinking about stuff, is not to know things, but to move towards a deeper unknowing, to know less, but in a deeper way, right? To ask better questions, more interesting questions, right? So I think that is kind of the point, and so I shouldn't have been surprised that this happened to me, but it did happen to me, and it was kind of annoying, because I went into it, I started with Marx, and I went into it okay, I'm going to go back, I'm going to read Capital, I'm going to read Growth Critic, I'm going to read Wage, Labor and Capital, I'm going to read about everything I can get my hands on about Marx, by Marx, whatever. I'm going to watch lectures. I rewatched the entire Raymond Goss Marxism lectures, which are really good. If you don't want to read Capital or long-ass books, that's what you should do. You should watch Raymond Goss's lectures. They're on YouTube. I watched a bunch of other lectures. I really, really did nothing but deep dive Marx for a week or longer. Longer than a week, multiple weeks. I didn't get all the way through Capital in a week, by the way. I got okay, whatever. I did that because I thought I really want to have a solid grasp, because all of these other people I'm interested in keep referring back to Marx. Baudrillard keeps referring back to Marx. I wanted to really read The Mirror of Production by Baudrillard, and I thought I better have a good grasp on Marx before I read Baudrillard's book on Marx. And now it didn't fucking help, because now I feel like I know less than when I started. So that's where we are. That's where the fuck we're at right now. So this video was originally going to be me sort of talking about a particular post-human philosophy that I have been sort of converging on, a post-humanism that I've been sort of converging on, right? Which I've thought for a long time in the past, and I still believe it. I've sort of been attracted to post-humanisms for a long time, and I think it's really starting to make a lot of sense to me as a framework. And maybe I'll talk about that at some point later in this video. But for now, this originally was just going to be sort of a long and winding rant about post-humanism, where I went through this that I just did, like, here's what I've been reading, and then I was going to leap off of each of these thinkers to talk about how this all plays into a particular idea, framework that I have. But the problem was that I couldn't come to any conclusions about anything. Like it was pretty difficult to come to any conclusions about anything, and so in the end I just sort of got frustrated and gave up. I sort of stopped reading, and so instead I've been playing Minecraft. I thought it'd be funny to film a segment in the bath, but it's kind of like wet, so I'm just gonna sit next to the bath. Minecraft. I've been playing Minecraft. I don't know why. Just single player. Latest version, 1.21. I was just watching Minecraft videos recently. There's a few Minecraft YouTubers that I actually really like. Like, I originally, back in the day, I watched Yogscast a lot, and all of I was especially into Sips and Stjen from the Yogscast. I never got into Shadow of Israfel. I know a lot of people think that's like the best thing they ever did. I never got into it as a kid. I was mainly my favorite Minecraft series as a kid was Sips and Stjen's Tekkit series.
That was some kind of storm, and where the hell are we? Jeez.
Shin, I don't know. Where's my boat?
I watched like pretty much every every Yogscast member back then. But Sips was my favorite. Which I think is pretty funny, because these days, like, I watch a lot of Northern Lion who collabs with Sips a lot. Like, Sips is still around streaming and collabs, so that's pretty interesting. And Sips and Northern Lion have a pretty similar sense of humor, so I wonder if that means anything. Anyway, then I sort of fell off Minecraft for a while. But I remembered, so when I was originally playing Minecraft as a kid, I had subscribed to this redstoning tutorial channel, a guy called Mumbo Jumbo, right? Who then joined this. Oh, and I also back in the day watched Etho and Sethbling, I should say. Obviously, two legends of the game. I fucking loved the Minecraft UHC series that would go on back then. Those were fucking amazing. Anyway, so Mumbo Jumbo joined this SM. Well, they weren't called SMPs back then. I don't know what they were called, but that SMP thing is like a new Zoomer term. But he joined this server called Hermitcraft, and I used to, I enjoyed watching those videos for a while. Hermitcraft Season 2. And then I kind of fell off Minecraft. I stopped caring about it. Everyone kind of stopped caring about Minecraft for a while. Then I got back into Minecraft. I think Hermitcraft Season 4 or 5. I was like, let me check out what Mumbo Jumbo's doing. So I would watch a lot of Mumbo Jumbo, and I think this is when Grian joined the Hermitcraft server as well. So I was watching Mumbo. I was mainly Hermitcraft build. I was watching so much Hermitcraft. There was a period of my life where I was just watching like Like every day, there would be new Hermitcraft videos. Like I was subscribed to like half the members of the server. I was really into Hermitcraft. I don't even remember which season it was now, so clearly I don't know. But Mumbo and Grian I think were my favorites, but Doc M was also really cool. And Corrales, who I watched a bit of Corrales when I was a bit younger because he did building tutorials, and then he ended up on Hermitcraft. So I watched Hermitcraft for a few seasons and I got really into it. But then they started, like, a few things happened on Hermitcraft. The first thing was that there's been a lot of feature creep, scale creep on Hermitcraft, right? Like every single season the bases have to get bigger and bigger, and the farms have to get more and more complex and insane, right? And it got to the point where like it was just kind of unfeasible, right? Like there was, I forget which season this was, but there was one season, right, where Grian had this mega base. This is all going to be relevant to what I want to talk about, by the way. There was this one season where Grian had a giant, like, the bases on Hermitcraft are just insane, right? And Grian had built this gigantic mega base, right? And I think it was like a castle. And he just never finished the back side of the base. He just never finished it. Because you never see it when you're flying in. Like, you'd only see it, there's nothing over there. You'd only see the back of the base if you specifically flew round to check out the back of the base. Like, there was no other reason to go over there. So he just sort of never finished the back of his base and sort of got clowned on a lot. But it, you know, that kind of was very emblematic of the issue for me, which is that, like, these bases are just insanely huge, but no one needs that much like space in Minecraft, especially not like vertical space. It's basically just a giant. The base only exists, like, it's just a giant facade. It's like a Disney facade for a storage system. That's all a base really is: a storage system and a bed and maybe a villager trading hall if you have that in your base, right? Like that's pretty much all the base is for. And so you build this like gigantic facade, insane mega base for what? Like just to have some like chests, pretty much. And so like it just had ballooned completely out of proportion to the point where it was like, why? If this is already a Disney facade, why even bother doing the back? It's just going to be monotonous and boring, only for no one to even see it or care. And it's completely non-functional. That kind of, you know, a lot of Hermitcraft became like that. Like I remember when Mumbo was the first person to build a perimeter. If you don't know what a perimeter is in Minecraft, it's when you dig out like a giant hole in the world so that you can put a farm really low, because spawn rates are better when you're really low down. And also, if there's just a giant hole, there's nowhere else for mobs to spawn, right? They can only spawn within, so it increases. It's very efficient, but it's obviously a lot of work because you have to dig out like a gigantic hole, like all the way down to bedrock. And so Mumbo was the first person to do it, and I remember being like, "That's insane." But now everyone has perimeters. Like every single Hermitcraft member has a like. There's a million, and the perimeters is just huge these days, and it's like seen as the sort of what was originally like a really impressive thing that Mumbo did is now just sort of like the typical, like the standard. Oh, if you're gonna make a, you know, if you're gonna make a farm, you have to make your perimeters for your industrial district, right? And so it kind of ballooned a little bit in scale to the point where I could kind of tell that a lot of hermits weren't having fun, like in the same way Grian wasn't having fun building the back of his base. Like, it seemed like so much work was being done off camera, and no. But then what really killed it for me, like, still some of this stuff is very impressive, but I'm not necessarily just against scale. But what killed it for me was when they did this like stupid like scripted thing where like a meteor was going to crash down on the Hermitcraft server. I really hated that. It really felt like it went against the entire vibes of the server. It felt modded. Like they had a lot of like modded style stuff, data pack stuff that really fell off for the vibe of the server. Like lore stuff, it just doesn't fit in Hermitcraft. I don't know, I really didn't like it. And also, Hermitcraft's a very repetitive kind of thing. And so I kind of stopped watching at some point. But then recently, YouTube was starting to show me a few Minecraft videos. I mean, I never completely stopped watching Minecraft videos, but recently, uh, I I got really into this guy called Recrap, Minecraft YouTuber. Um, and I think his videos were really fun. He like farmed 100 million melons or whatever. Like they're kind of like fun, grindy but fun projects where it's like you got to respect the dedication. But his videos are just also really well presented, and he's sort of a fun personality. Like he has a lot of very unique ideas. And then there's this, I don't know, there's a lot of stuff. I don't really know every single Minecraft YouTuber that I'm watching right now because I don't know, but I started watching because of RecRap. I started watching more Minecraft videos again, like very recently, and kind of getting back into it. Uh, oh, and also the other guy is Camman18, who's like a shorts YouTuber who makes Minecraft shorts. And so it kind of built up a desire in me to play Minecraft again. So I played Minecraft when I was a kid. I played Minecraft during the Mumbo Jumbo Hermitcraft era. Um, and I haven't played Minecraft in about like 4 years. So my previous experience with Minecraft was before the Caves and Cliffs update, where they completely changed the world generation. And that's what this segment is about. Yes, 10 minutes of rambling to get to me complaining about Minecraft. So they've completely fucked Minecraft. There's a lot of stuff I like about modern Minecraft. You know, as far as I'm concerned, the point of Minecraft is it's kind of like Factorio. It's kind of like an incremental game. You build a farm so you can build a better farm, so you can build a better farm, so you know, etc. Right? So like right now, I built an like I want max gear. So I built a villager breeder so I could breed villagers so I could make a trading hall, right, where you cure the zombies and stuff. And then it's like, okay, well now I I I also want to like max enchants. I want to make a bunch of enchantments, right? So okay, I need a bunch of XP, so I need to build an XP farm. I'm going to need a lot of hoppers, so I'm going to need to build an iron farm. I build an iron. This is all in like the space of 3 days or 2 days. I don't know, like 2.5. I'm pretty impressed with myself. So I built an iron farm, and then I built an enderman farm for XP, right? And you know, defeated the dragon and so on. So that's the point. And now it's like, okay, well, in order to get a better enchants, I need to trade more with villagers. In order to trade more with villagers, I need more emeralds. In order to get more emeralds, I need to trade with villagers for emeralds, right? But what am I going to trade? Well, to me, it seems like the best option is going to be books. So I have right now manual cow farm and a manual sugarcane farm, but I'm about to build an automatic sugarcane farm. There's also and then there's also a bunch of problems I've been having where just like mob drops I just haven't had because I just sleep during the night. And so I'm gonna end up building a mob farm as well. There's probably both things I'm gonna do today: build a sugarcane farm, expand my cow farm, and build a mob grinder, just a general purpose mob grinder. Because I don't have a elytra yet, because what's the point in getting a elytra when I don't have a reliable source of gunpowder for rockets? So yeah, mob grinder it is. So that's the sort of thing. And then it's like, okay, now I've got that done, you know, what's the next thing I'm going to do? I need to build this one project, so I need these smaller pre-projects to build, and you know, that's the fun part of Minecraft for me. And then in the meantime, between those things, you can sort of build a nice house. But as far as like for me, building a nice house always comes like, okay, once I get all my farm set up, then I can build a house, right? But I never get all my farm set up because it takes so long. I mean, I always have like a little starter house that's kind of nice, but I'm always like, okay, I want to make a big base, not a mega base, but a pretty big base, right? Big, dirty, stinking base, right? But I never get around to it because I always give up because I have so many farms to build. But maybe I'll stick to it this time. Anyway, something I've noticed when trying to build is the first time in Minecraft where I don't have enough stone. I don't have enough cobblestone, which is really weird to me. And it was taking me a while to figure. Like normally, you're playing Minecraft, you have so much cobblestone. Like you have way too much cobblestone. You got to get rid of it. You're using it as your scaffolding all the time. Like it's annoying. You have so much fucking cobblestone, and I'm like trying to figure out how come I just don't have enough building material? Like I don't have enough cobblestone. Everything's made out of wood. Like normally, I would making things out of stone. Weird. And then I realized it's because of the new world generation, right? Like they ruined strip mining. You used to go strip mining when you wanted diamonds and resources, right? But now strip mining isn't the most efficient. Now it's most efficient to go caving and just mine the things you find. But because of that, you're not getting, you know, a bunch of cobble or whatever. You're not getting a bunch of stone. And then on top of that, the level where diamonds spawn, where you're probably going to be wanting to do most of your caving and mining, is not in stone anymore. It's in deep slate, which is fucking stupid. I hate deep slate. And they did this in order to discourage strip mining. They don't want you strip mining. They want you caving, right? I don't like caving. It sucks. There's mobs everywhere. It's terrible. You know, you strip mine, you basically just put a podcast on and hold down mouse button and W. It's great. You get a whole bunch of resources out of it. You get a bunch of stone. It was great. But now it takes fucking forever to mine deep slate, even with the best possible pickaxe. So, you know, and diamonds and general ores like to try and spawn where there's air blocks. You know, if you just strip mine, you're going to get some ores, but you're going to get really small veins, right? The way that the world gen works is that if it's exposed to air in a cave, you get much bigger veins, and so it's supposed to be more efficient to go caving. And the caves are much, much bigger now, so there's more exposed ores. But the problem is, it fucking sucks. You're fighting mobs the whole time, and it's like, at first, when you're first playing the game, it's just annoying because you don't have gear, and then you have to like fight mobs to get basic ores. But now that I have gear, now that I have full diamond, enchanted diamond, it's just annoying. Like the mobs don't even bother me. Like they're not gonna kill me. They're just annoying. I'm just trying to mine in peace. So yeah, they fucked Minecraft, man. I really don't like the new world gen. And then in terms of that's the caves, is the caves and cliffs update. Now for the cliffs are fucking stupid. Because the world is too bumpy now. There's no like big flat areas that you can find to make a nice base and stuff anymore. Like everything's too fucking hilly and bumpy. It's annoying. It sucks. So there you go. That's the Minecraft rant. They also like nerfed Piglin. I've always thought Piglin, Bartering, and Bastions was the dumbest thing in the game. I hate that. I hate Netherite. I think Netherite should never have been added to the game. But even as it existed before, it was stupid. But it was like fine, whatever. But now, in order to upgrade your gear to Netherite, you have to raid you can only do it using a Netherite upgrade template, which you can only find in Bastion chests. It's like, this is supposed to be Minecraft, not fucking raiding dungeons and like a MMO for chest loot. Like, it's fucking stupid. I actually hate it so much. And I hate Bastions. They're like the worst structure ever added to the game. They're stupid, they're uninterested, they're just boring, they're just a cube made of like fucking black rocks. It's stupid. Hey, maybe there's a conspiracy there with the black Saturn cube. Anyway, yeah, I fucking hate Bastions. I hate Piglins. I hate Bartering. Like, it's a dumbass mechanic. They get distracted when they're trying to kill you when you throw gold at them. It's stupid. They should be neutral. Like, they made a whole rule where it's like, okay, if you go in wearing gold armor, they won't attack you, but then they attack you anyway. I hate Bastions. They're really bad. Let me explain what happened, by the way. Why I have one of the reasons why I have strong opinions on Bastions is because I was like, well, I've been playing Minecraft for longer than a lot of these fucking Zoomers have been around, right? Like, I'm a bit of a god gamer, and I should say I'm playing on a fucking trackpad, right? I'm a bit of a god gamer. What's the most efficient way to get started in a Minecraft world, right? Do what speedrunners do. Build a nether portal in a lava pool, right? get some basic iron gear, and then go raid a bastion, because diamond tools spawn in bastion chests, right? And trade for piglins for like some basic useful stuff, right? So I go to the nether, right off the bat, I make a speedrunner portal in a lava lake, a lava pop pool. I go to the nether, I find a bastion, and then I spend fucking forever trying to raid this bastion, because bastion, I get the worst possible bastion. Like, it's just terrible. Like, there's 2 chests, I get a diamond pickaxe right off the bat. I'm like, hell yeah, great. But then all the other chests, they're not even connected to the rest of the bastion. They're in their own little caves that I had to fucking, like, I spent so long looking around this bastion that I said, fuck it, I'm gonna go in spectator mode and just look through the walls, because I cannot find these other chests. There should be other chests, right? I got the worst kind. There's 4 different kinds of bastions. I got the worst one, right? The one that was closest to my pool is the worst kind, right, in terms of loot. But then when I did go in spectator mode and look through the walls and fly around, all the other chests were in little pockets of like cave that weren't connected to anything else. There's just no way you would have ever found it unless you were just randomly, completely by luck, mined into it, or were looking in spectator mode like I was. So I don't feel bad about that at all, because the generation was fucking stupid. So then I get back into survival. I go mine towards the chests that I know where they are now, and fucking nothing. No loot, like garbage, just straight ass. I made me so mad. I wasted so much time on this bastion, and it just gave me like a diamond pickaxe and nothing else. So in the end, I just went caving, and it was way better. Although I did get I did trade for some pearls and stuff, and then I got like a decent amount of pearls. I think I got nine ender eyes. I went to the stronghold, and then the fucking portal in the stronghold only had 1 eye filled in, which is super unlucky. So I didn't even have enough to go straight to the end, which fucking sucked. It was terrible. I couldn't speedrun. They actually fucked me. They made it so I couldn't speedrun the game. So then I just went back home and started farming. And then now I'm in a decent place. Now I have full gear and whatever. But the early game fucking sucked, man. I think it would have been, if I just had a better bastion, I wouldn't have even minded, because at least I would have. I should say I'm also so I previously had a lot less fun with Minecraft because I haven't considered any like quality of life stuff ever. But this time I'm actually using quality of life stuff. So first of all, I'm playing with keep inventory on. The game, I would have killed myself by now if I didn't have keep inventory on. Like, when I was building my Enderman farm, I just fell off the world a bunch because, like, into the void, because of course I did. It's like an Enderman farm hanging over the void. Like, of course my finger's going to slip from shift and I'm going to fall off at some point. Like, if I had lost all of my materials every single time that happened, I think it happened 3 times, like, I would have just quit the game. Like, it's just not fun without keep inventory on. So I've always said I want to play with keep inventory on, but I've always forgotten when I started playing. Like, I always start playing, then die in some stupid way and be like, fuck, I should have played with keep inventory on, right? So this time I'm playing with that on. And then I'm also using Luna Client, which has a bunch of quality of life features built into it, which are super fucking useful. Like, it's actually insane that I've ever played vanilla Minecraft without this stuff. The biggest one is waypoints. Instead of having to have a big document somewhere with a bunch of coordinates in it and having to press F3, like, just having a waypoint that you can just walk towards, oh my god, it makes the game so much more fun. I've never liked exploring in Minecraft. Exploring is fucking stupid. There's nothing to explore. It's just Minecraft, you know? So, having waypoints makes the game so much more playable. It's fucking insane. And then also sprinting in default Minecraft fucking sucks. Luna Client has some sort of fix for sprinting that makes it work just way, way better. There's a bunch of just like little things, like little rendering options to make the game run faster. Just like little things, right? I'm also playing with just a bunch of other stuff, right? Like textures, where a bunch of the Zoom Avoid vanilla tweaks. I don't remember all the ones that I picked, but just a bunch, like arrows that show you which way the hopper is facing from top down. Like a bunch of little things like that just make the game more fun. So I've always thought maybe I should play with that, but I've never actually done it. And yeah, I'm allowing myself to go into spectator mode to look around as long as I don't as long as I come back to where I was, and go back into survival. And I'm also playing with seed find. Like I'm using seed finders to look for structures. Like I could not find a village on my first day, so I just put my seed into one of those websites and found a village that way. And I was like thinking, you know what? I do not feel bad about that at all. Like, yeah, looking around completely arbitrarily, wandering around for a village for hours is not fun gameplay. I feel absolutely zero shame about doing that. So yeah, is there anything else worth noting? I hate the Nether. I know that this is going to make me sound like a boomer, but to me, the Nether having biomes is the new Nether. Like it was better when it was just one biome. That's my hot take. The when it comes to Nether biomes, the fucking Nylium forest is like whatever. It's fine, right? It's so you got the Nether plains. That's like normal Nether. That's good. That's fun to play in. Nylium Forest is like, kind of annoying to navigate, but whatever. And then you have Soul Sand Valley, which is fucking stupid because it's soul sand. You walk slow. I mean, I have soul speed boots now, so I don't mind it anymore. But when I was first running around the Nether, it was so fucking annoying to just be walking slow. And if I was on a mouse, if I was on a mouse and keyboard, I could have done the epic, like, jumping and placing blocks under your feet as you land, so that, like, I can do that. It's not very hard. But on a trackpad, that's just impossible. So that fucking sucks. Soul Sand Valley, stupid idea. And then, what's the other one? Oh yeah, the Basalt Delta. I hate that shit. It's so annoying to navigate. Like, why would they make the terrain just so annoying to walk around? Why not just, like, I don't know, I hate the new Nether. I hate bastions, I hate the terrain of all of these biomes. It's so annoying. But there is a bunch of stuff in... I don't like... I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't like how OP villager trading is. Like, it's pretty crazy to me that they've just not nerfed villager trading. Because it's the least interesting mechanic in the world. And yet, you're basically forced to interact with it constantly because it's just the most efficient way of doing most things. It's so stupid. Yeah, so I need to stop recording this video and go and make my sugarcane farm. And, yeah, because I'm running out of golden carrots. And I need emeralds to buy more carrots. So I need sugarcanes to trade for emeralds to buy more carrots. Okay. Epic. Apologize for the washing machine noise in the background. I've decided I am gonna make this into a video about post-humanism after that brief Minecraft tangent. But while I talk about post-humanism, I'm probably gonna end up bringing up Marx. I don't know if I actually am, but I'm probably gonna talk about Marx. And it strikes me that my audience has a lot of diversity across the political spectrum, it seems, which is something that I quite appreciate. I like that. I like seeing lots of different opinions in my comment section and on Denver-chan. As long as people keep it respectful, I like to see it. I don't like it when people are sort of dismissive. I know I can be a bit dismissive of some ideas I don't like, which is something that I probably should work on. I do think there are some ideas that just don't deserve respect. And a lot of people think that about communism. And I think that's pretty fair. I don't blame people. But it seems like there's a lot of strange ideas floating around about, what Marxism actually is, what Karl Marx actually wrote down. Because no one's going to read the books. And again, like, that's not like, oh, you're stupid for not, like, they're boring economics textbooks, right? Like, they're boring. Like, I don't blame you for not reading them. Of course you're not going to read them, right? They're long, and he's not a good writer. He repeats himself all the time. Like, it's just not going to happen unless you're a massive nerd like me. You know, you're probably not going to find it very interesting. Like, that's completely reasonable. I don't people who aren't interested in this stuff. If you're just a regular guy who doesn't have much of an interest in this sort of thing, I don't blame you at all for not reading the books. If you're going to go around calling yourself a communist or something, I would then, be a bit sus if you were like, never read Marx. That would be weird to me. But if you're just a regular guy, whatever. Um, so, there's a lot of people who... I saw a comment on Denver Chat. Someone was talking about my blog post about Marx, and someone simply said, "Communism in 2024, all caps, ha 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 ha," right? And it's like the most insane thing ever. And I guess that just sort of got me thinking. I don't know. I also had a conversation with someone not too long ago about this sort of thing. Where I'm going with this is I'm gonna just... I don't blame anyone for having some sort of... When people say communism, like when a communist says it, they're probably thinking something quite different than when an anti-communist is talking about it, right? So like I completely understand why anti-communists might have a bit of a strange view on communism. I think it's because they very reasonably saw the Soviet Union and the massive failure that it was, the horrors that it caused and so on, and saw that they called themselves communist and put pictures of Karl Marx and Engels up everywhere, and reasonably assumed, okay, well, if these guys are doing that, and they're so big on, these guys they're doing some sort of political ideology, and they're putting in big letters, these are the guys whose political ideology we're doing, I can assume, I don't have to go back and read the books, because I can assume the books are going to be like, hey, you should be the Soviet Union. Like, that's a very reasonable thing to assume, and it's kind of really annoying that that's not the case. So I don't blame you at all if that's where you're coming from. But it does make it kind of difficult to have an earnest conversation because people are going to be coming from wildly different viewpoints when they use the same words. But thankfully we live in the age of the internet, and you don't have to read a book anymore because people make YouTube videos about stuff. And this is a YouTube video about stuff. I'm just gonna run through a couple of things that I often see. So firstly, let me just address the Soviet Union real quick. Whether or not I'm personally a communist, up for debate. But let me I just want to, I guess, I don't know. I want to try and reach across the aisle. Like, if you're a right-winger right now, if you're a libertarian or a conservative or whatever, and like I really just want to, like, in earnest, just try and say how things look from my side, right? Like, I'm imagining you might be sitting there like, how the fuck could anyone support the Soviet Union? Like, it was so obviously bad. And, you can get into arguments about how much of that is like Cold War propaganda and whatever, but I'm basically in agreement with you. Like, I do think the Soviet Union was pretty bad. Most of the time. I think they did some interesting stuff. I think they did some cool stuff, but most, they did go to space. That was pretty neat, right? Like, they did some cool technological stuff. But yeah, no, I think we're in agreement there. Like, I'm not a big fan of the Soviet Union or Maoist China or anything like this. And I think you might be surprised to find out that, like, most communists aren't big fans of the Soviet Union. Like, I don't know. Again, I don't have your perspective. I don't know how familiar you are with this kind of thing. But most of the time, yeah. But like the majority of communists aren't huge supporters of the Soviet Union. And even the ones that are, they're generally supportive of like the Lenin era. I think it's extremely rare to find anyone in real life. Obviously, these people exist in extremely online circles, but those aren't real people. I think it's very hard to find uh, people who will actually, in earnest, sit down and defend Stalin or anything later than that. Like, it's extremely rare. I think that they're basically such a small minority that they don't really, they're just not really meaningful. Like, and yeah, even the people who support Lenin are still a minority within communists in general. So that's just something I thought I would point out. That, like, so if you hear someone calling themselves a communist or whatever, they probably aren't talking about the Soviet Union, because it is unfortunately the case that the practical realities of the Soviet Union differ. They don't really have that much. It's not really the same kind of thing, right? If you like a book that someone wrote, it doesn't necessarily translate to liking. Uh, I guess I should clarify this, right? Like, Marx, I know I said this already, but Marx doesn't really write much about communism at all. Like, he really sort of mentions it a few times, but the vast majority of his writings are analyzing capitalism, and then there's some amount that's about the transition between feudalism and capitalism. Right? He's just sort of interested in that, in like how did we go from an ancient society to a feudal society? Like, how did what changed? And then how did we go from a feudal society to a modern capitalist society? Like, what changed there? Like, what forces will at work to make that change happen? And then he sort of, in a roundabout way, is like, okay, so we've identified this sort of forces that make societies change, and the sort of changes that matter. Like, what theoretically, what forces are active right now, and like how might they change society? That's sort of all he says. He doesn't really go into detail about like exactly what it would look like. He just is he's there's a bunch of things. I think so. Again, back to the Soviet Union stuff, right? Like, a lot of people, again, not from any fault of their own, think that communism is when the government owns everything and does everything, right? You have a really big, powerful, authoritarian state that controls everything. And I've heard a couple of arguments about this. By the way, I do want to say, right, like, this isn't just me. I'm trying not to be too condescending here. I want to say, like, there are really good arguments against Marx and against communism in general. Like, I agree with a lot of them. I think there are lots of good arguments that you can make. I just don't like to see people arguing against straw men or like just making up a guy and getting that. I just want to make sure everyone's on the same page before I go talk about post-humanism. Right. So one thing people say is, yeah, the government does stuff. Communism is when the government does a lot of stuff and is really powerful. I've heard a couple of things about this. Like, I've heard, some people say. I'll just say in a second, actually. But yeah, I think this is a good one because there's actually a really great video about this. Again, I'm not going to expect you to go and read Capital or whatever. You'll notice that when communists are talking about Marx, they very rarely mention the Communist Manifesto, right? Like, the Communist Manifesto is basically a pamphlet. Like, it's not considered to be one of the like serious works of Marx. Generally, they talk about Capital or Das Kapital in German, right? That's the difference. I often see like anti-communists, and again, it's not like some sort of big, like, how could you be so stupid? It's called the Communist Manifesto, and these people, you would think it's really dumb. A lot of really annoying names are involved in this, like the dictatorship of the proletariat. That's something that Marx says. He uses this phrase, the dictatorship of the proletariat, which sounds fucking terrible. It sounds like the worst thing ever. But it's just because he was writing a long time ago. The word dictatorship meant something different back then. It just means rule. Like, capitalism is the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. It's the rule of the ownership class, and communism would be the dictatorship of the proletariat, the rule of the working class. That's all it means, right? It doesn't mean the government does everything, right? The government owns every single piece of industry. Everything's nationalized. That's not something that really comes up in Marx. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think if you want to go really into depth about Marx and the government, there's this video by Jonas Chaker, which is called "Marx Was Not a Statist." I really recommend you watch that. I think if you don't know anything about communism or Marx, it's not going to convert you into being a communist or anything, but it will definitely address like just the most common criticism. It's like, oh, it means you have an authoritarian government, right? Which is just very like wrong. It's just pretty unusual to me because he there's a lot, you know, that video is really good. He goes into a lot. He shows a lot of evidence, direct quotes from what, you know. He just didn't believe that. It's pretty plain to see if you actually read the books. But again, I don't blame you for not reading them. But here's a nice little YouTube video. They're much easier to consume than a book. You'll enjoy it. It's well presented. I actually do recommend watching that. Even if you think you know, you might have already seen it, but yeah. Jonas Chaker is great. He's actually, he makes great videos. So that's one thing I often see. Now, I've also seen, oftentimes libertarians, they'll frame the argument like this. Like, in a capitalist country, you're free to be a communist. You can go start a worker co-op or whatever. But in a communist country, you're not free to be a capitalist. And, you know, libertarians tend to have a much more broad definition of what capitalism means than communists are using, right? Like, libertarians often say capitalism is like the free exchange of goods and services between people, or something like that. Which, I mean, that basically means everything is capitalism, so I don't think that's a very useful definition. Communists, they would probably define capitalism as the mode of organization of a society whereby workers work for a capitalist and are paid a wage in order to produce commodities. And a commodity is something that you make because you want to sell it, not because you want to use it. So that's, yeah. Which is quite different from the previous, you know, feudalism. People weren't working for a wage for a capitalist. They were peasants who were tied to land, you know, whatever. It's quite different. People weren't making it commodities for exchange. They were making plants to fucking eat and survive. So, you know, two different definitions of capitalism there. I do think it's an interesting proposition. Like, you know, if you were a capitalist in a communist country, they would have to crack down on you. I think it's an interesting idea, but I don't think it's true. Like, I think in an actual communist country, I just don't think anyone would want to work for a wage if they could just not do that. Like, you know, why would you want to sell your labor power for a wage to some guy when you can just not do that? You know, it just seems like the capitalist businesses just wouldn't really get off the ground. You know, so I'm not really sure about that as an argument. Okay, and then another very common idea of what communism is, when people say they're like, what did Karl Marx believe, is that everyone's equal. It's when everyone's equal. Now, there is one important type of sort of equality that Marx talks about, and that is that there's communism is when there's only one class, and a class means something quite important or quite specific, right? A class is about how you make your money, how you survive, how you make a living, how you sustain yourself, right? So under capitalism, you know, there are two main classes. There's the proletariats, the bourgeoisie, the working class, and the owning class, right? If you, it's not about how much money you make, by the way. Like, it doesn't matter if you're rich or whatever. If you make your money by selling your labor power for a wage, right? then you're a proletarian, then you're a worker, right? Simple. It doesn't matter if it's a really high wage, if you're super rich, multi-millionaire Silicon Valley wage laborer, or if you're broke. That's all. It doesn't really matter, because your relationship to the mode of production, how you're actually producing stuff, doing work, is the same. So it's not about how much money you make or don't make, right? It's just about the mode, the form it takes. And the other class, the capitalist class, the bourgeoisie, the ownership class, they make their money by owning stuff. So maybe they own land and rent it, or maybe they own a factory and then, they own all of the equipment in the factory. So if people want to work there, they pay them. They pay the wages of the other people. They extract the value as profit, whatever. Right? They take some profit because they own the factory. They own the capital, right? Capital doesn't just have to be a factory. It could be like a shop or something like that. Of course, there's a bit of a gray area. But I'd say when you say owning something, you could be leasing it, right? Like you could be leasing a shop or something. If you're paying people's wages, you're probably a capitalist. If you're being paid a wage, you're probably a proletarian, right? So that's the thing that Marx, he doesn't think that's going to stick around. He thinks this is a very unstable setup that's going on here, right? I won't get into exactly why, but he really just thinks there's a lot of tension there, that like the workers are never going to be paid enough, and they're eventually just going to get mad about it, and they're going to overthrow the capitalists, or at least they might, right? That's the sort of thing that happened in society before, right, with the feudal economies and prior to that. Like, that's the sort of thing that happened, and Marx is like, seems like something similar is kind of going on here, right? But he does pretty much it. Like, he doesn't go on to say everyone should be equal in every other way. Like, it's not really something that Marx really cares about. Again, like as I said, it doesn't really matter if you're rich or poor. It just matters, your relationship to the mode of production. Jonas Chaker has another good video about this, if you're interested in learning more, which I think is called "Why Equality is Unhelpful as a Political Goal." So if that sounds like, hold on, that's very different. It's not about like, you'll notice I haven't even, that's another thing. People on the right, they seem to lump in a lot of stuff together as sort of communism, right? Like, they'll lump in like feminist theory and sort of post-colonial theory and like woke, anything woke is like communism. And that's very odd to me, because Marx didn't write anything about that. Like, there have been Marxist feminists and Marxist post-colonial theorists and so on, but that's not like core to Marxism. And a lot of people think that's a problem with Marxism. A lot of people on the left think that like Marxism is reductive. They call it class reductionism, right? Like, it reduces everything to issues of class. It doesn't pay enough attention to race and gender and sexuality and all these sorts of things. There's been a lot of criticisms of Marx that have talked about that sort of stuff from the left, which again, it's very strange, right? Because if I just heard right-wingers talk about it, I'd imagine that's all Karl Marx ever talked about. But actually, he never mentions it, and he gets criticized a lot by the wokes for never mentioning that sort of thing. I mean, he very briefly sort of talks about it, but yeah. If you read between the lines, really try and interpret, you can get some stuff out of it. But it's not one of his major concerns. So yeah, again, like equality like that, not something he's really concerned with. Yeah, so those seem to be the two sort of biggest. It's great that Jonas Shaker has videos about both of these subjects that are very well researched and quite entertaining. You can go and watch those if you want to learn more. I think he really does a good job of debunking the idea that Karl Marx ever thought about that stuff. Yeah, I'm not. I don't know. I think I basically gave you a Marxism 101 there. It's just sort of about studying how class dynamics cause societies to change in certain ways. Um, yeah. Is there anything else I want to talk about in this section? I really hope I know I'm trying not to come off as condescending. I'm trying to come off as like the opposite. I'm trying to give you guys credit, right? Because like I'm sure I don't know the difference between Ebola and I don't know whatever right-wing theorists exist. Uh, you know, I haven't read Ebola. I haven't read what's that guy called? The Italian guy. Um, I don't remember what his name is. Anyway, right-wing theorists. There's a lot, right? Like it. I think it would be strange if you're a conservative. You might be more like if I were to sort of say like right-wing ideology doesn't make any sense. On the one hand, you've got Murray Rothbard saying we need to deregulate all industry, and on the other hand, you've got Mussolini who uh, I don't know formed a bunch of government-managed industry in fascist Italy. And on the other hand, you've got like the sort of pastoralists who say we need to abolish, go back to like like it's a completely muddled mess. How does anyone believe this? But obviously, the same groups of people don't believe all of those things, right? I think it's a similar thing when right wingers and liberals, or when right wingers look at liberals and leftists, right? Because right wingers they sort of they might hear communists or anarchists talk about how they're sort of critical of the state, but then they see like AOC and Bernie and that sort of thing, which is all focused around like welfare programs and stuff, and they seem to think like, oh, it's the same. How does that, it doesn't really gel, but it's different people, right? Like they're not the same thing. I think people might think, in the same way I think a lot of right wingers, even if they were harder right, more fashy, they would probably still think that like a Rothbardian Mises Austrian economics policy would be good, even if it's not really what they want. And you'll see a lot of the same sort of thing on the left, right? Where people who are communes or anarchists, they might think like, well, welfare is not a bad thing. Like we like welfare, but it's really got like not very much to do with what we're trying to achieve. Um, and it's actually quite useful because Marx has kind of a whole thing about social democracy. He wrote a whole thing called the Critique of the Gotha Program, which I think is really good. Where he's very critical of that sort of thing. I'm trying to think if there's any other like just basic stuff to clear up before we get into the post-humanism rant with Marx. No, I can't think of anything. Let me know in the comments if you There are lots of legitimate critiques of Marx. I'm gonna give some, probably. I already gave some on my blog. I think lots of people have had lots of critiques from all sorts. There's lots of good right-wing critiques of Marx as well. Like, I'm not just saying only leftists. So, like, there's people who actually understand what they're arguing against. Like, they actually have a lot of good comebacks, right? Like, there are some people, there's some Austrian economics guys who, I might not agree with their economic theory, but it is somewhat self-consistent, and they have reasonable, some of their arguments are bad, right? Like the calculation problem is kind of a silly counter-argument, but they have some pretty reasonable counter-arguments, and I can imagine a lot of this sort of thing going on. Yeah, I don't really know where I'm going with this. I'm gonna start talking about post-humanism now. So one of the big problems with Marxism is that Marx makes a bunch of predictions, right? Which a lot of philosophers don't like to do because you make a bunch of predictions. If they don't come true, then people will generally just dismiss everything you said. And Marx makes a few predictions. The major ones are, firstly, one of his more bold predictions that he seems very confident about is what's called the tendency for the rate of profit to fall. And I'm not going to go into that because it's quite complicated, but also there's a lot of debate, right? It's quite hard to measure the rate of profit. So a lot of people sort of go back and forth over whether this prediction is true. Um, but the other one is that communism would happen. There would be a global communist revolution, which there hasn't been. A lot of people point to the Russian Revolution and subsequent communist revolutions and their failures and collapse and say, look, he was wrong. It didn't stick around. There was no communist revolution. Now, of course, there's a counter to that, which is to say that, there were a lot of failed liberal revolutions back in the day as well. There was one in Germany, for example, where there was an attempted revolution. Lots of people thought there would be a liberal revolution, and it got brutally crushed by the monarchy and failed. Like, that sort of thing can happen. You can have failed revolutions. I don't know. I think there's something to note here, and I don't necessarily know how much it contradicts Marx, but it's definitely not something I'd say he emphasizes. Which is that, generally speaking, people don't really like change. People don't really. I know this. I'm kind of making a statement about human nature here, which is something that Marx doesn't really want to do, and that makes sense. But I think I'm confident enough to make some sort of statement about human forces. And that is because Marx does this, right? Marx thinks that class tensions, blah blah blah, right? That the masses will be some agent of revolution. And I think that if you look at, and again Marx does bring this up, the liberal revolution, it wasn't really that everyone got together and decided to stop being peasants. That's not really what happened, right? There was a very important thing, which is the enclosure movement. And the enclosure movement is one of the great tragedies of history, in my opinion, which is that in England there used to be a lot of common land. You might have heard about the tragedy of the commons. I think the tragedy of the commons is very silly because it didn't play out like that in real life. It wasn't a tragedy of the commons. It was an enclosure of the commons. Rich people and aristocrats used force to take control of the commons. There wasn't some natural breakdown, based on greed and game theory. It was violence. They used their armies to come in and take it from the peasants. And it was when the peasants were forced off their land, and like the Industrial Revolution, there's this sort of myth that people really wanted to move to the cities and become factory workers. I don't really know why that exists. I guess it just sort of is to promote this progressive view of history where capitalism is better than feudalism. But if you actually look, that's not the case at all. Historically, there were a bunch of it was quite difficult to get the peasants to come to the city. This process of urbanization, the bourgeois, the merchants, they wanted to be in the cities, but most of the peasants didn't really want to be in the cities. In fact, they were quite happy running cottage industries, literally industries out of cottage. They didn't want to work in factories. And the government had to institute laws which were sort of bought by the merchant class that was very powerful at this time. The newly fledged capitalist class sort of bought these laws because they were the only ones that could vote, right? Only landed people could vote, landed men. For example, there was a law like the biggest initial boom in the Industrial Revolution was textiles, right? And one of the reasons that it got off the ground is because there was a law that got passed which made it illegal to have more than a certain number of looms in any particular household unless you were a factory, right? Like you had to have a license, and the licenses were really expensive. So it forced all of these cottage industries that had previously been producing, you know, clothing, textiles, in cottages with like a few looms and hiring random people, and sometimes not even, not even organized based on wage labor, organized communally. Not all of them were like that. We don't have very good records of how they were organized because they were sort of, not kept track of that well. But they all got shut down. They got raided by the government and shut down. But we have records of the government raiding small-scale cottage textile manufacturing and shutting them down. And so people were forced to go to the cities and work. People's land was enclosed and they were forced to go. It wasn't some natural development. It was violent enclosure. I think that's something worth noting, is that when, generally speaking, historically, like if you just look at the evidence, when people are communal subsistence farmers, it's really difficult to get them to stop being communal subsistence farmers. Like, you can just see this pattern all across the world, from Southeast Asia to East Asia to South Asia to Russia to England, Northern Europe. I haven't really looked at a lot of other stuff outside of that, but I've seen this pattern over and over again, where people, generally speaking, they're quite happy to just be subsistence farmers. And we sort of think subsistence farming has a bad rap because the word subsistence, it sounds like mere subsistence, like just about making enough to get by. And I don't want to romanticize it here, okay? Subsistence farming is not like an amazing lifestyle, right? Like, especially in the Middle Ages with that level of agricultural technology. Like, if you're a medieval English peasant subsistence farmer, you work. You don't work maybe that crazy hard. It's very seasonal, but you still have to work quite a lot, and it's physical labor. It's not easy. Depending on the time period in the medieval era, like early medieval, it's a lot of work. You're grinding your flour by hand. You have a terrible diet. Later medieval periods and middle to late medieval, you're doing a lot better for yourself, right? But anyway, you're working quite a bit, but it's not too crazy. It's very seasonal again. There will definitely be times of the year where peasants in the medieval era, subsistence farmers, worked less than modern wage laborers do. But there would have been parts of the year, like the harvest, where they worked a lot more. Then like every 12 years or so, you get hit with a famine. You probably won't die if you're fit and healthy, but your children will probably die, at least some of them. Your parents might die if they're old. If anyone's sick, they're probably going to die in a famine. But even if you don't die, it will definitely suck because it's a famine. But you'll probably be fine if you're a healthy adult, except maybe 1 in 4, 1 in 5 of those famines is going to be a particularly bad famine, and then you might die. You're more likely to die. It's not great, the famines, not to mention the disease. If you get sick, there's no medicine, you're probably fucked. So it's not great, but also like kind of better than factory work, at least early factory work in the Industrial Revolution. You look at the conditions that people were kept in back then, it's no secret. Everyone knows that the early factories were just horrific places. And modern factory work isn't that much better, especially in the third world where there are still subsistence farmers, right? You often hear, you hear, this is something that, I don't know why people sort of fall for this meme. Like, you'll hear phrases about like, 100,000 people were raised from poverty last year. Isn't capitalism great? But like the way poverty is determined is by how much money you make. But if you're a subsistence farmer, you're not making commodities. You're not selling anything for money. You don't need money to live. You're growing all your own food, and you probably have a community where you're sort of exchanging things, you know, managing resources communally among yourself. You might use money to buy some things sometimes, maybe fertilizer, farming equipment, stuff that has to take place outside where you have to go into the city to buy it or whatever. But generally speaking, if you're a subsistence farmer, you just don't need money for most things. You got a house, you're fine, right? When Nike comes in and builds a sweatshop in your neighborhood, right, and buys up all the farmland that you used to be using, you now have no choice but to go and work for that sweatshop. And so now you are earning more money than you were before, but you're actually worse off than you were before the sweatshop came into town. This is a generalization. Obviously, it's a bit more nuanced than that in the real world. Sometimes poverty really is really poverty when you hear these people talk about it. It differs. But that's the sort of thing you should be hearing when you hear like 100 million people raised out of poverty. Oh my God, liberal capitalism is the best thing ever. You should be hearing there were a bunch of people who didn't need money to survive before, and now they need money to survive. You know, and if they're still alive, they are above the poverty threshold. So yeah, you can just sort of see that it's very difficult to get people to stop being subsistence farmers when they have like a relatively decent standard of living. They got food, they've got you got food, you got some kids, you got a family, you got a community, you got a house, you got some beer, you know, you work hard, but it's not that bad. And then every 12 years there's a famine, but you probably survive. You know, it's that kind of deal. It's not great, but it's not the worst thing ever. You don't really have much oversight. The point is, it's like good enough that most people can't be bothered to make a difference, make an effort to really change things. It's only once some sort of powerful entity comes in and encloses this ability from you that people will generally stop being subsistence farmers. And even then, oftentimes they'll just flee because they want to be subsistence farmers. Like oftentimes when the state comes in to enclose your land or force you to pay taxes or whatever, people will just flee. People just run away. You saw this in the medieval period, and you see this now. And that's actually one of the ways that urbanization was enforced during the later medieval period, is that after the plague, there was a lot of demand for labor, right? There was a shortage in the labor supply, and so aristocrats were, previously peasants were sort of tied to their land, and now aristocrats were buying peasants because there was a shortage of labor, and so on. Actually, I don't know why I brought that up. It's not really relevant. The point is that if you were getting taxed particularly badly, or if you'd committed a crime, if you'd done something wrong, or if you just wanted to flee your town, a lot of cities in medieval England had a policy whereby if you stayed there for a year, you were basically given like citizenship of the city, basically protection by the city. You were considered to be a member of that city. So if you were like a peasant and you had pissed off your lord, you could flee to one of the cities. As long as you could lay low in the city for a year, you would then become a member of the city, and you'd be fine. You'd be protected by the city, right? So the lord couldn't come after you anymore. And this is one of the ways that they got people to move to cities. The merchants' guilds set up these systems in order to get people to move to the cities so they would work for them. Because otherwise, if there wasn't some reason they had to escape, people wouldn't generally move to cities. Right, so I think I've established the evidence that when people have a decent enough life, they really don't want to leave it behind. Now, it'd be really difficult to get me or you to become a subsistence farmer, especially when you have to deal with plagues and famines. I really don't think I would do that. But I think there's a similar sort of thing going on now, right? Where, especially in Western countries, the sort of rich colonial countries, empires type shit, people's lives aren't good. But as long as they have housing, they're pretty much fine. Like, people without housing are a problem, and housing becoming really expensive is a problem. Like that, I think that's actually maybe the biggest issue right now. If it doesn't get fixed in capitalism, then it's gonna become a serious crisis. Uh, I don't know. I'm not gonna go out and say like, oh, the bubble's gonna pop and it'll be fine or whatever. I don't really want to make predictions. I'm saying that like if it doesn't get fixed, I think it's gonna be really bad for the stability of the system. But as long as people have like basic housing taken care of and stuff like that, like even if your life isn't that great and you have to work pretty long hours and whatever, like generally speaking, it's pretty hard to get people to stop doing what they're doing. But unlike capitalism, there's no force coming in. There's no fucking worker co-ops coming in and forcibly taking over areas, you know, and making people work in worker co-ops. Like that just isn't happening. Um, which I think really throws a spanner in the works for communism, because that sort of thing doesn't generally happen, right? Uh, which is different from how it worked when the transition from feudalism to capitalism happened, right? Like I think the masses, to the extent that they can be said to exist, are a force of inertia, right? They generally just sort of, you know, an object at rest wants to stay at rest, an object in motion wants to stay in motion, right? I think as long as they're not mass starving or homeless, you know, as long as they have their very basic needs met, I think they generally just want to keep things the same. And why wouldn't they? Because it's dangerous to do anything else. Like, there's this common assumption in leftist circles that the masses are stupid, that like capitalism is really bad for like the working class, and so they're like fucking stupid. The only reason that they haven't done a communist rebellion yet is because they're brainwashed by ideology and they're too stupid to realize, right? But that's not true at all. Like, you just have to think about it for 2 seconds. Like what? Okay, Mr. Marxist academic. So you think that when the revolution happens, you're just going to be sort of sitting in your ivory tower writing pamphlets, and it's all the working class poor people that are going to go fight and die in a civil war against the state. Like, yeah, no fucking way they're going to do that. Like, why? Okay, I have a shitty job. I work at McDonald's. Like, yeah, I struggle to pay my rent, but it's still better than dying in a war. Right? Like, I don't know. I don't really understand. I don't see why people are confused by this. People seem very confused by the fact that the proletarians haven't risen up and seized the means of production. It's not confusing. It makes perfect sense. Why would you do that? It's way too dangerous. Like, your life is bad, but it's not that bad. Unless the alternative is starvation, people aren't going to start a civil war over that shit. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see if mass starvation and homelessness happens in highly developed capitalist economies. I personally, I don't know. We'll see. I'm also this word "highly developed," right? Or 2 words actually, and that's an interesting thing because in Marx's day, like England and well, England was the main one. France, I guess, they were highly developed economies, but they were also highly manufacturing-based economies, right? They were industrial producers. Whereas now, the richest countries in the world, other than China, aren't the big industrial producers. They mostly make their money by moving other people's money around, right? The finance industry, betting, service industry, you know, all of these sorts of things. They're not really big industrial centers. So, like, there's not really means of production to seize, you know? Like, you can seize the coffee machine at Starbucks, you know, you can seize I don't know, the Goldman Sachs building, but that's not going to really, you know, make an economy. Of course, there's a lot of farms in America, like that's farmland, I guess, but like beyond that, in terms of like real industrial manufacturing, most of it's been offloaded to cheaper, poorer countries. So I don't know. I'm sure Lenin wrote about that. I don't know, but that makes me pretty skeptical about this whole. There's going to be a communist revolution. I mean, not many people actually believe this, but like a communist revolution in America or in Europe seems a bit insane to me because there's no means of production to seize. You know. Well, I don't really know where I was going with this. I just kind of started ranting without a plan. Okay, we're finally there. We're finally doing the anti-humanism, post-humanism bit, and this time I've decided to actually commit to the bit and get in the fucking bath. I don't know why I'm doing this. The idea of no one does vlogs in the bath. What if we do a vlog in the bath? No one does this normally, you know. We're pushing the medium forwards by vlogging from the bathtub. Okay, no one's done bath. Roland baths. Oh my god, what am I doing? Okay. So, let me tell you a little bit about something about philosophical post-humanism. Let's fucking go, boys. Let's go. Right, so what is post-humanism? There's also something called anti-humanism. I would say that generally speaking, you've got different anti-humanism can be classed as a subspecies of post-humanism. Some people might not agree with that. Fuck you. So first we have to take a look at pre-humanist philosophies. Generally speaking, these are pre-Enlightenment philosophies. Generally, in the West, the center of the philosophy, the most important thing, this is a very basic way of thinking about it, just about what's the most important thing. So humanism is like, humans are the most important thing. You're probably a humanist. Most people, liberal humanism is the sort of default ideology of the West and cultural hegemonic powers. But, you know, imagine a medieval feudal society. Those sorts of philosophers were like, God is the most important thing. So all philosophy has to start and end with God as the central agent, right? And then the Enlightenment comes along. They go, God, not so sure about him. We're all about rationality, all about logic, all about liberalism, you know, and humanism, you know, rational human agents making free decisions and whatever. That's humanism, right? You could phrase it in a number of ways. You could say that humans are the central agent of history. That's one type of humanism. You could just say humans are the most important thing, or that all philosophical analysis has to start from a human subject. And there's a good reason for that, right? Like, you're a human, you know? So if you're doing philosophy, you can't really do that much like non-human philosophy, because everything you're doing is starting from your perspective and you're a human. So how and why would you want to do any post-humanism? Well, I think if you look at like Nietzsche, for example, like most of Nietzsche will basically come and say like all of these sort of humanist values like logic and reason and freedom and in the particular way that liberal enlightenment conceived of freedom and you know, rationality, these equality, these sorts of things, humanist ideas, he's basically going to come along and say like you're just sort of it's just atheist theism, like you're just sort of substituting like God for human beings, but you haven't actually changed anything about the structure, right? And he thinks this is just kind of like, you know, dumb. Like he mainly when he goes around insulting things, he doesn't Nietzsche. This is one thing I quite like about Nietzsche is like most philosophers, when they don't like something, they're like, I'm actually here's a flaw in your reasoning. But I feel like when Nietzsche doesn't like something, he doesn't not like it because it's like wrong. Like he's not normally going around like, well, the logic here doesn't add up, right? He's just like, this is fucking gay. That's what he comes along. He's just like, this is stupid. This is like, he doesn't really care if it's, you know. He thinks like the Enlightenment focus on rationality is kind of dumb to begin with. Right? He just sort of calling them cringe and gay, and I think that's pretty funny. But let me run you through a couple other post-humanists, more modern ones. So just as some examples, one particularly strange one is Nick Land. And I don't know if I'll talk about Nick Land right now. I think I'll have another segment where I talk about Nick Land. But Nick Land's kind of unique because he, unlike most post-humanists, he's not rejecting the idea of the human. He's just sort of taking the side of the inhuman. And he doesn't really justify like why he's allowed to do that, right? Like you'd normally assume if you're going to be doing something weird, like inhuman philosophy, when you're still a human, from your human perspective, like you'd have to kind of be a bit weird about it. You'd have to have some justification of like, how are you even able to do that? Like, how are you able to make some statement from the outside? But Nick Land just sort of doesn't bother. He just sort of doesn't think it's an issue, which is kind of strange. Like most people who have a post-human philosophy, like let's take I think it's fair to say that Deleuze has a bit of a post-human philosophy. In Postscript on the Societies of Control, right? He says that in control societies, rather than being individuals, we are now just individuals. So we are not indivisible, right? We are just we are completely divided beings, right? In the sense that rather than, and this is, I think, there's a good link to a sociologist called Nicholas Luhmann here. So Nicholas Luhmann puts it in very clear terms. Like he is just like, there's no such thing as human beings. Like the human being is sort of a misnomer for three separate systems. He's systems theory is his whole thing, right? He just thinks everything is systems. So he says that there's like the biological system, the social system, and I think the psychological system. Right, that there's the three different systems. They don't really interact with each other. They're closed systems. Some of them are perhaps what does he call it? What's the thing he uses? He uses this word. He uses this phrase. Structurally coupled. That's it. Anyway. And that's sort of the same sort of thing that the other guy, Deleuze, is talking about in Postscript on the Societies of Control, right? So when you go around, no one ever, like, you may be a human being, but like, in what sense are you ever actually embodying a human being, right? Like, either, when you're talking to someone, you have some sort of conscious system and you have you're participating in some sort of linguistic system, but there's no like human being there. Like your biological system isn't very relevant in that situation, right? For example, and then like when if you go to like make some sort of economic transaction, no one cares if you're a human being. Being a human being never really comes into play. You only exist as a bank account, right? In the financial system. And then when you go to school or whatever, it doesn't. You only exist with. There's no human being there. It's just like with your test scores, that's the sort of realm in which you exist. Does this make sense? I feel like I'm doing a really bad job of explaining it. Like there's a whole bunch of different. If we go to Deleuze, right? There's a whole bunch of like system. I don't remember what he actually calls them. But let's just say they're zones, right? Or systems, or whatever you want to call them. Fuck it. And your access is regulated. Your access to these zones is controlled and regulated, right? And so within, like, and you have to interact with the society, to exist within society, you have to interact with these zones of control, right? And so, like, when you go to buy something and they check your credit score, right, your access is being regulated. It's that sort of thing. Like, it's different from a disciplinary society. I don't mean to just go and explain all of Postscript on the Societies of Control right now. But like in a school, right? In a school, if you act out, you get punished. But in the credit system, no one comes along and puts you in detention or whatever, unless you really, really fuck up and you end up in debt but even then, like, they can sort of take your stuff, right? But like, generally speaking, the vast majority of the time, you're not actually being disciplined or punished, right? You're just being denied access to certain things, right? Like if you have a bad credit rating, you just can't buy a house in a certain type of house. You just can't access the system of fucking, you know, going to a nice university or whatever. Like that's the sort of thing that happens, right? And like, yeah, if you misbehave in school, something happens, but you just exist as a sort of many different things, right? All sorts of different manifestations of you, divided little bits of you in different systems, right? That only exist to sort of regulate your being, and they don't care about they don't care about you. That like there's no. It's not that they don't care as if that's some sort of evil thing. It's like they don't have the. They're just sort of. I'm having a bit of a hard time communicating with this, guys. Am I doing a terrible job, or is this kind of vaguely comprehensible? Like, I should have sat down and really thought about an example before I like did this in the got in the bathtub and started talking to you guys. I should have sat down, come up with a really clear example to tell you what I'm talking about. Well, whatever. I'm just going to assume that I've kind of explained what I mean with there, and what Deleuze means there, and what Lerman means there. That's one example of a post-humanist philosophy. So from the get-go, we're not dealing with human beings here. We're just dealing with individuals. We're dealing with systems. Therefore, like, human beings can't be the central agent of history because there are no human beings, right? Like there are just lots of different systems, and that's another thing. Let's do Marx now. Early Marx was a humanist. Okay, early Marx was a humanist, but later Marx. You know what I don't like? For some reason, for most philosophers, like let's take Wittgenstein. Wittgenstein has two books. He wrote one book when he was young, which is called the Philosophico-Logical Tractatus, and he wrote another book when he was old, and that's called Philosophical Investigations. And those two books, they're at odds with each other, right? They're incompatible. He changed his mind about a lot of stuff. And so people call it early Wittgenstein and late Wittgenstein to differentiate. And that's generally the pattern when something like that happens. But with Marx, for some reason, they call it young Marx and mature Marx. And that always makes me feel like there's a value judgment where it's like implicitly that young Marx was immature, right? And that somehow later Marx is better. And I agree with that, but I don't like the fact that the naming convention feels kind of like a value judgment. Anyway, early Marx was a humanist, so I'm going to use early and late because I prefer it. Early Marx was a humanist, but late Marx could be said to have not been a humanist. And people like Althusser have come along and really tried to do away with the humanism. So like the argument would go something like, and I haven't really read Althusser, so I might be butchering this. If anyone has read Althusser and wants to correct me, thank you. But the argument would go something like, we can't start from the position that we're all humans, because first of all, it assumes that there's sort of this one thing called human that's been static throughout all of history, right? Which it hasn't. It's we're shaped by our material conditions. That's the first thing. So it's like you can't really say that there's been this one agent of all of history, because actually the material circumstances in which societies change affect the formation of human beings at that time. And so really there is no one human being. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is that well, you can say there's this one type of thing called a human being, but if you actually look at the structure of society, we're really treated like there's two types of things, proletarians and bourgeoisie, right? We don't go around treating people properly like they're all part of the same type of human species, human race, right? In reality, we make a very clear distinction about class, and it completely changes sort of everything about you, what your class is. Uh, I don't really know about that, but that seems to be what the argument is. Or rather, to them, that might have been a bit of a poor wording, but rather like if you start from the perspective that everyone is this base human being and then are then divided into classes, you're sort of obscuring the class aspect. Whereas if you start from class analysis to begin with, you're going to get a much better picture of society. I think that's the argument. I'm not. I've always had a little bit of trouble understanding this. I don't know. It seems a little. I don't know. I don't know what it seems. It seems a little strange. There's lots of other arguments about philosophical post-humanism as well. Freud would be a post-humanist because he wasn't sitting there like human beings are all these rational agents making rational decisions about their lives and driving history forward. Actually, we're mostly controlled by these unconscious drives. You know, we don't really have that much control over the decisions we make. It's all of the unconscious doing stuff. This is the better Marxist post-humanism, right? It's like we don't really have that much control. It's all of this sort of material conditions and historically contingent stuff that affects the decisions we can make. And I think even the system theory / Deleuzian argument makes a similar point, right? Like, there's not really a rational agent in the middle of all of this controlling everything. It's only systems. It's only divided zones of control or whatever. There you go. There's just a few little examples. There's also, there would be. You could say something like, for example, well, I don't know. I just wanted to say that I've always been very attracted to this sort of idea, right? I've always been very into. Sitting in the bathtub is not a good idea. It is like really hurting my back. Ugh. I should not have done that bit. It wasn't even funny. Oh man, that sucked. I'm never getting in a bath again. Grab some water. That was terrible. My back really fucking hurts now. And the water. I don't even know what to drink. I got a drinking problem. It's all gone terribly wrong. It's all gone terribly fucking wrong. Right. So, I've always been very interested in the idea of some sort of post-humanism, right? It's just sort of been always aesthetically attracting to me. Like, it also makes intuitive sense to me. I know a lot of people, the opposite is true. It doesn't really make much intuitive sense to them. But I don't know why, but it's just always been kind of I'm not going to say like any particular brand that I just talked about makes intuitive sense to me, like I've thought of it independently. Not necessarily that, but just to say that like when I growing up heard people talk ideologically about human beings being like free rational agents and that sort of thing, the sort of very basic Enlightenment humanist stuff, I always, I don't know why or where in the back of my mind, thought that doesn't seem quite right. Then growing up, I started to become quite interested in this idea that many of the things that humans seem to think they have control over are actually controlling them. So, a couple of examples of this. The only good thing that anarcho-primitivists, or just primitivists in general, ever really came up with. The only clever idea they ever had was that, like, hey, we go around talking about human beings domesticating grain, but actually, it's more like grain domesticated human beings, right? In order to make these grains reproduce super, super well. And this is the sort of thing I'm going to talk about repeatedly now. Like, hey, it looks like humans are in control of this thing, but actually the thing is in control of the humans the whole time, right? So grain is a good one. Like, how many resources and like millions of hours and money and water and bioengineering and chemical engineering, like all of this massive amount of energy goes just to make sure that particular strains of grasses can reproduce successfully. Like, our entire societies for all of history have been organized around producing grain, pretty much. So it could be said that, like, really it was grains that domesticated humans, not the other way around. So that's one thing. Humans are enslaved to grain. Another one, that, again, one of the only good antinatalist argument. Lots of the antinatalist arguments are really bad, right? Antinatalist arguments tend to be sort of philosophical utilitarian, right? You got to minimize suffering in the world, and if someone lives, they suffer, so it's best not to give birth to people so they don't suffer. Right, like, if you believe in utilitarian ethics, it's a good argument, but utilitarian ethics have a whole bunch of other baggage that come with them that you're going to have to also accept if you're going to argue like that, and most people don't like it. Especially, I really hate utilitarianism. I think it's a terrible moral philosophy. So I think that's like the general argument for antinatalism. I think it's really bad. But a much better one is the idea that we are enslaved, a sort of emancipatory argument for antinatalism. That, like, really, because you have to already intuit the idea that something like what I said about Freud earlier, that, like, we're really sort of beholden to unconscious drives. Like, we're not completely rational agents, completely in control of our own thoughts and behavior. No, like, we have a particular set of drives that sort of control us, right? And ultimately, the purpose of us being here is to make sure that this particular molecule, DNA, gets passed on to a next generation. And the only reason that human beings as a life form evolved in the first place was because we were effective at continuing the existence of this one particular molecule. Like, everything else is just beholden to how can we make sure that this molecule is is reproduced. Everything else is secondary to that in all of life. And so, at some point, humans or something human-like became conscious, and, because we are enslaved to DNA, but we're now conscious about it, it's like we're awake enough to realize that we're slaves now, but we can't do anything about it. We're not fully in control of our own behavior, and so this is really bad, right? This makes us feel really bad. This is like the one of the reasons why living is suffering. And so the only, like, really emancipatory act we could ever have, the only, like, anything else you do doesn't matter. The only free act you can ever actually make is to decide not to have children. It's the only, truly freeing thing you can ever do, is to actually stop the cycle. And a truly free decision you can ever make is to decide not to have children. It's the only, because it stops the cycle. It actually goes against this enslaving DNA molecule. And I find that to be quite a compelling argument in favor of antinatalism. I don't know if you will, but I think that it has a much better ethical foundation. It also makes more intuitive sense to me. But I think the, you know, I think the. All right, I'm not going to go into that much detail about that. Let's just move on. There have been other similar arguments made for other things. For example, all of human activity exists as a part of a sort of thermodynamic system, right? We are just matter, subject to the laws of thermodynamics like anything else. And the sun is blasting down energy at the earth really, really a lot, right? And complex life evolves in order to dissipate that energy, spend that energy more and more effectively, to waste the energy more and more effectively because entropy, right? And eventually evolves into humans who start making machines and all of these things and creating complex society, which we think we're doing because we're such great guys and we're so good, but in reality, like, there is a constant trajectory from the first single-celled organisms all the way up to modern complex human society, and that single trajectory is not improvements in quality of life or some arbitrary human concept like that. It is a thermodynamic process by which energy expenditure is increased, energy is wasted better and better, and that, like, notions of free will or whatever don't really matter because the physical laws of the universe compel us in one way or another to continue to waste more and more energy. This one's one of my favorites. This is kind of a battalion thing. Maybe I should explain why. Like, I don't know if I did a good enough. I just sort of said because entropy. Like, okay, imagine you're. This is the okay. Imagine you're a some sort of life form, and you're in some area, and you're being blasted with energy. Energy can't be created or destroyed, so it has to go somewhere, right? And so, if you're a life form, the first thing you're going to do is you're going to use it to grow and reproduce, right? Like, this is the obvious. This is the you suddenly have a bunch of energy to use up. How are you going to use it up? You're going to use it up by growing and reproducing. You can't not use it up. If you don't use it up, then you die, basically, right? Like, because it took some energy for you to grow, and so that would be a wasting of energy, so that the energy can change form and not be destroyed. But you can't just not use the energy because it can't be destroyed, right? I don't know if I did a good enough. You should think about that for a little bit and make sure you understand why that's true, because it is true. So the first thing that happens is you grow and expand and reproduce and whatever, but at a certain point you run out of space, like physical space. There's nowhere else to grow. You're a little thing in a little petri dish, and you run up against the edge of the petri dish. And so from there, the only option for you to deal with the excess energy is to waste it. With no use. You can't. You have to just spend it on something. You have to expend it, right, in order to get it out of you, so that you don't have to deal with it anymore. It's now somewhere else, right? It's not a part of your physical process. It can be changed forms, and it probably gets expended as heat, or as death, or as anything, right? Producing more complex forms of life. Do you understand what I'm saying here? I'm not going to... Okay, I think I've done a basic enough job. Can you see how that would extend into human society with war and non-reproductive sex for pleasure and excess and wastage and human sacrifice and all of these sorts of things? Maybe you can see it. Maybe that makes sense to you. Read the accursed share for more information. Okay. So those are some post-humanisms, slash anti-humanisms, whatever you want to call them, that have appealed to me. I also there's one about oil. We're enslaved by oil. That's a good one. But this idea that, like, actually is very easy to find a lot of senses in which we are not free rational agents, I think is pretty obvious. like once you start thinking about it, it's pretty hard to like. I think we can go back to a Marxist kind of thing as well, where it's like a lot of capitalists sort of make the argument that capitalism is all about voluntarily entering contracts with people, right? But of course, it's not really voluntary when the choice is work or starve. And so, like, this is another pretty. I don't know why they do that because it seems like such an obviously flawed argument. Like maybe if there was some sort of guaranteed social safety net UBI, you could make that argument. But since there's not, I don't know, it seems like a really weird. I've never understood why I see like libertarians make that argument. Hey, everyone's just making these freely choosing to make these contracts in which they work for someone else. Like, as if that's the case. No, motherfucker, you need to work or you're gonna die. That's not a free choice without coercion. I think that's a pretty good example of how we're not really rational, free agents able to act however we want. Okay. That's a couple of things about post-humanism. And I think they're fairly convincing. What do you think? Let me know in the comment section below. So, what are the implications? Should we think about the implications here? What does this do? Is this the zoom? Whoa. Wow. This one will go dark or bright. Dark or bright. What are the implications of some sort of post-human philosophy? Well, I think that something I like is this idea that, I think if we look at what Nietzsche said, roughly, where he was sort of like, you're just replacing one idea of God with another idea of God, right? If we look at that and take that seriously as a critique, we could say that, like, well then, maybe we shouldn't just, the idea is not to replace the human with something. Like, this is something Nick Land doesn't do. Nick Land wants to continue this. We replaced God with the human being, and now we're going to replace human beings with techno-capital AI for Nick Land, right? Or the outside, which is basically the same thing. But most post-humanists, including myself, we're trying to fix the underlying issue here. Like, the issue isn't that we picked the wrong subject, although it could be. I think that the better approach is to be like, well, we do whatever's useful. We replace it with whatever's useful at whatever time. This seems to make sense to me, right? Like, when you want to talk about something, you don't have to necessarily start from the human, right? But you can start from whatever particular, in Luhmann's terms, I guess you would start by establishing the method of communication within that system, or the medium of communication within that system. So, like, if you wanted to talk about the financial system, if you wanted to make some statement about economics, a bad thing to do would be to be like, well, let's assume that all human beings are rational actors and make predictions like that. And I know that those predictions are surprisingly good, but surprisingly good means about 70% good, which isn't that good. It'd be better to be like, what's the mode of communication? What's the medium of communication for this economic system? Well, the medium of communication is, I don't know, maybe it's money, right? And we, like, what would it feel like? Would it be like to analyze the financial system from the perspective of money? And I think if you did that, you'd probably end up with something a little like MMT. I think, like, that's how I feel about it without having thought about it that much. Do you know what I mean? You'd end up with something a little bit like MMT. If you were to, analyze a job, if you're at work, right, you're at work, you want to take a look at what's going on here when I'm at work, right? It would be better to be like, well, let's start off from the perspective that we're all rational human being agents. In a no, that would be a silly way to start. You would start off by looking at what is the fundamental medium of communication here. I would say at a job it's probably labor. I think I would have to guess. I'd have to posit a guess that it's probably labor. You'd probably end up with some sort of thing where it's like, what's strange is I seem to be doing one type of labor and my boss seems to be doing no labor. Like, something strange is going on there. I think you'd probably end up thinking about something like that. Maybe not. I don't know. You can sort of approach lots of things like this. You can take a look at lots of things like this. It would be silly. We're not trying to do. This is very important. This is something very important. Actually, I just clarified this earlier because this is very important. What we're not trying to do is this. We're not trying to say, well, I think of myself as a rational human being, but I have all sorts of biases, and as we explained, like, I'm not a rational human being. So I have to imagine a perfectly rational position outside of myself and take that perspective. We're not trying to do that, because you don't want to just make some shit up. That is not a tenable position. We call this a view from nowhere. You don't want to construct a view from nowhere, right? This is what most of science is based on. Once you start thinking about it, it's like most scientific articles and everything like this are written in this view from nowhere perspective. Like, there's this sort of imagining an hyper objective agent that is, perfectly rational, right? But such an agent doesn't exist. It'd be better to take a look at the scientific institutions, how research is getting funded, take a totality of the whole picture. I don't know. I'm not a scientist. I don't know how science works. People do stuff, they write little things and other people peer review it. Something like that happens. I don't know. I don't know about science. But yeah, that's post-humanism, I think. I think we did a little bit of explaining post-humanism there. And this is cooking oil. It's an entirely different thing from post-humanism. It's called cooking oil. So good luck with that. There are a couple of criticisms of post-humanism. I think one of the better ones is that you're arguing against positions that no one really holds. Like, does anyone actually think everyone is perfectly rational actors who can make any... Like, no one really thinks that when they get down. Everyone has some inclination that not every choice is made perfectly freely. I still think there's a difference of degree. Like, a sort of post-humanism or anti-humanism or whatever isn't just saying, like, some choices are made under duress or some choices aren't perfectly rational. It's saying, like, if you start from a position of human beings existing at all or being relevant at all, like, always, you're going to be making incorrect assumptions. So But what are some positions that people hold? Something I do for fun sometimes is I try and think about the most simplified explanation for left wing and right wing. Because they're kind of weird things, but they have like a bunch of implications, right? It has a lot of implicit meaning, even though left wing and right wing are kind of meaningless by themselves. Like, the best one I came up with a while ago was that the right wing thinks it's more important not to be a pussy, and the left wing thinks it's more important not to be a dick. I think this is kind of stupid, though, because I don't think anyone... I think that would be a humanist philosophy, right? That would be, hey, here's some human attribute that you should or shouldn't embody, some moral human characteristic like that you should or shouldn't embody. So I don't like that one. Definitely doesn't apply to me. I don't really care if you're a pussy or a dick, because by my estimation, I think this is a better reasoning for left and right wing, and I'm going to tell you. The problem is that by this definition, almost no one is left wing. I just know it's not true, but a large chunk of people who would probably call themselves left wing don't qualify for being left wing in this situation, and I think it probably includes some right wingers, and that is that uh, on the right wing, people think ideas matter, like individual ideas matter. On the left wing, people think systems matter. Like right wingers, if something goes wrong, like someone commits a crime or whatever, they tend to be like the bad person, right? Like if you look at George Floyd, people say like, oh, he fucking stole some shit, or I don't remember what he did, some counterfeit money or something like that. I don't really care. Like he was a bad person, so he deserved to be shot, or you know, whatever. It doesn't really matter. Also, a lot of people are like, oh, that particular cop, Derek Chauvin or whatever, he was a bad person. But like to me, I don't really care whether they were good or bad people or what their individual motivations or what. Like I don't think that really matters in the situation, right? To give more examples. So if you know, a lot of people are freaking out. A lot of lefties are freaking out about Project 2025. And I think JD Vance, I think he said something about this as well. But there's this sort of plan. No, I think it was one of these guys. Who was it? Was it J? No, it was that guy. What's his name? The Hispanic guy. The streamer Nick Fuentes. It was Nick Fuentes. I think. I think he said it. I think he said like the first thing to do is to like get in power. The first thing Trump should do is like replace all of the bureaucrats, all of the existing system bureaucrats with our guys, with people who like have some ideological disposition towards Trump. And I think that's quite telling of the sort of ideology that these people have, is that they basically think things have gone wrong in this country because of bad ideas. And so we need to replace people with people who have better ideas, right? Like, people, it also applies to liberals, right? Like, Donald Trump has bad ideas. That's why we got to replace him with Bernie Sanders, who has good ideas, right? But as far as I'm concerned, ideas really don't matter. I think if you went and replaced all of the middle management guys with Trump supporters in the U.S. government, nothing would really change because you haven't really affected the structure of government. Like, I mean, obviously the implication is that once you do that, you'll be able to put more power into the executive branch or whatever. But like, that's the part that matters, right? It wouldn't really matter how you got there. What the actual change is that the system of the U.S. government no longer has such a strict separation of powers, and now power is centralized in the executive branch. Like that's what the Trump people and Nick Fuentes actually want. But their idea of how to get there, which might work, but that's the sort of thing I'm saying. Does it make sense? Does it make sense? Like the actual event, the actual important part is the structural change. The ideological change doesn't really matter. You could get to the structural change in a number of ways, and that's the part that actually makes a difference. Like you could, if you replace all of the guys with Trump supporters, you don't change anything about the structure of the U.S. government. It's still going to be the exact same as it has always been, because it's designed like that, right? It doesn't really matter if whether or not George Floyd was a bad person, or whether or not Derek Chauvin was a bad person, or to whatever. It doesn't really matter. The problem is that there's these guys going around who have the power to just kill people, and that's probably not good, right? Like, he didn't really, it doesn't really matter if in the eyes of God, you know, George Floyd had fucking killed someone or evil and gone to hell. You know, if the cop doesn't have the right to just go around killing people, that's the point. Like, right? Although the cop does have the right to go around killing people, right? That's the sort of thing about human rights. That's a very humanist concept. With all these things called human rights, about what are the human rights? They're just something given to you by some authority that doesn't really mean anything. Anyway, where was I going with this? I don't remember. I have no idea. This video fucking sucks. Yeah, I'm right. And now it's time for the customary meta section of the video. That's the section of the video where we talk about the video. Firstly, you might be wondering, why am I filming this in a kitchen and a bathtub? It's because Dulcimate is asleep in the other room. I don't want to wake him up. Simple enough. Second question, is this video pretentious? What does that mean? I don't know. Is this video pretentious? While I was thinking about making... They have a fucking spot there? Kidding me? Making this video. You know that section where I was like, brain is controlling humanity. DNA is controlling humanity. Unconscious drives are controlling humanity. Class distinctions are, etc. DNA, grain, oil. And I was like, oil. There's this guy called Reza Nagarestani who wrote a book called Cyclonopedia. And that is a book about it's like a fiction, Lovecraftian horror type book where oil is sentient and is controlling humanity for nefarious ends. I haven't read it because I wasn't able to immediately find a PDF. But I was gonna check it out for this video. I mean, the PDF was just really, really bad quality that I could find. I didn't look that hard though. I was reading the Goodreads reviews of the book, and there was this one-star review that was really long, and he kept calling the book... I think the review was actually... it seemed pretty well worded. Like, he wasn't just like... You know, Goodreads people, they tend to read a lot of books, right? Like, the guy wasn't just talking out of his ass, but he kept calling the book pretentious. And he had, I think, pretty reasonable justifications about why. Although, having not read the book, but having read sections of the book, I don't know how pretentious it is. He mostly seems to be calling attention to the writing style of the book, which, if you've ever read Nick Land, very similar kind of writing style, very similar kind of deal. And I think it's a bit strange to call it pretentious, because I don't think it has pretensions of being anything. It's just kind of its own thing. Like, when you hear the word pretentious, what do you think? You think of someone who thinks they're smarter than they really are, maybe? Someone trying too hard to come off as smart, maybe? Or, what does the word actually mean? It means you're sort of pretending to be smarter than you are, right? You're putting on airs of something, right? Is that book pretentious? Maybe. I mean, I haven't read it, but from what I've read, the guy in the review copy-pasted like a big paragraph to like exemplify what he's talking about. and I just found it kind of fun. Like yeah, it's goofy, and he uses some like silly. I think he has like some silly, like he draws attention to the fact that he made up a word. Like I forget what it was. But it was some bullshit like schizotectonic or something like that, right? One of these made up Deleuzian Nickland words, right? And he draws attention to that and is like, this is so pretentious, it's insane. But for me, I'm like, that's just kind of like, when I read that, I feel like that's fun. When I read that, I feel like it's kind of goofy fun rather than like some sort of stuffy academic pretension. So I don't know, maybe we just have different ideas, me and this Goodreads reviewer. But also, the Goodreads reviewer made some good points as well, so I don't know. But is this video pretentious? I've always kind of enjoyed pretension. Like, I don't really mind coming off. I quite like coming off as like kind of narcissistic and pretentious. Like, it's a bit cringe when I go back and watch my older videos, because obviously I've grown as a person since then. I've learned more and grown as a person. But also, like, I kind of appreciate it at the same time. Like, I kind of want my art, not my art, I mean like the art that I consume to be pretentious. I want it to be kind of narcissistic. I don't think art can be anything other than narcissistic. I want it to be someone's pure artistic project that is kind of up its own ass, you know? That's another phrase people use, up its own ass. I want my art to be up its own ass. I want to see people stick their head up their own ass, you know? I want them to be a little self-obsessed. You kind of have to be an artist, you know? I kind of want to see people doing, you know, pretentious shit, I guess. Having high-minded ideas over stuff that isn't that high-minded to begin with. I want to see that. Is this video pretentious? I don't know. When I'm generally speaking, I'm trying to make clear my own level of knowledge on these subjects. Like, when I know I'm doing a lot of name dropping, which is probably bad. Like, I should probably try and avoid name dropping philosophers and whatever. But I do that because that's just kind of how my brain is sort of connecting ideas between people. But I try to make clear when I haven't read someone and like what I have read. And I'm not lying about any of that, right? So does that give me a free pass? Because like, let's say I'd read everything, would it still be obnoxious to talk about it? I don't know. I don't know. I think it's fine, but I'm wondering how it comes off. Do I come off pretentious? Do I come off like a know-it-all? You know? Like the section where I talked about Marx. Did I come off condescending? Because I don't want to. I just, do you know that XKCD comic where about the scientists who overestimate people's knowledge in their field? Like, this is what happened to me. I had spent quite a while deep diving Marx, and I already have some history reading Marx, right? But I spent a while recently deep diving Marx. And then I came out of that. I sort of pulled myself out and ended up back in the real world. And I saw people talking about, like, I think I saw Donald Trump, and he said, they've gone straight to communism, folks. This country's going straight to communism. They skipped socialism, they're going straight to communism. And I was just like, oh yeah, this is the average person's understanding of Marx. This is what people actually think that it means. They think it means like an authoritarian, and it's not that, but I was like, you know, of course they think it means an authoritarian one-party state. All of the existing communist countries are authoritarian, or countries that call themselves communist, are authoritarian one-party states. Because the first communist country was an authoritarian one-party state. And they successfully industrialized rapidly, and so a lot of other countries that wanted to industrialize rapidly copied the formula of the USSR, and because the USSR called themselves communist, they also called themselves communist. like it's a pretty simple thing, but it's very easy to understand what went on there, you know. Or what I mean by that is, like, it's very easy to see why people have this perception. It's not some, like, a lot of people invent this big story about CIA propaganda. The CIA is controlling all the news outlets and whatever. Like, no, you know, it's actually just pretty plain to see, right? Everyone's brainwashed by ideology to not, you know, I just don't buy that stuff. But anyway, I hope I didn't come across as condescending in the section where I, like, talked about a couple of things, explained some basic Marxist concepts, because I feel like we got to be on the same page if we're going to talk about stuff. And I'm just trying to make stuff from, like, I don't know, obviously you guys are going to have, there are some people in my audience who are very familiar with Marx. There are some people in my audience who are not familiar with Marx. And I got to start at the beginning to get everyone caught up enough so that when I say something about Marxist post-humanism, and I say, you know, stuff about historical forces and whatever, and versus early Marxist humanism, talking about development of powers and specific alienation, and species being. I was going to try and remember the German there. Gestung, something like that. I don't know, but you know, you got to have a basic understanding of what that means, right? So when I went later, and then I was like, oh, communism doesn't happen because you never have a country with a super advanced productive capacity and mass starvation at the same time, and, you know, peasants don't want to, their force of inertia, whatever, they're not stupid, they don't want to die. Like, when I said all of that, you have to be, you know, I had to get you to the point where you understood what I was talking. Like, I hope I didn't come across as too condescending in that section, but I do really hate it when YouTubers condescend about politics to me. Like, I fucking hate all these breadtube people, because I hate them. All of the theater kid ones, they're just the worst, right? They're just the worst. A lot of them haven't even read the books they understand, they talk about well. Like, I don't know, I think I have a bit of girl man amnesia sometimes, right? Like, one of the few of these, like, philosophy and politics YouTubers that I actually kind of like is this guy called Plastic Pills. And I like him because he actually has, if you are a fan of Plastic Pills, you will already be very familiar with most of the stuff I've talked about in this video, because he goes very hard on post-humanism. I come at it from a different angle than he does sometimes, but he's big into Nicholas Luhmann and Deleuze angle. He's also big into Baudrillard. I have not deep dived Baudrillard as much as he has, but, you know, I'm more into, I mean, I like the systems theory stuff. I'm more, when it comes to cybernetics, I'll talk about cybernetics in a bit, but when it comes to the systems theory, cybernetic stuff, I'm more of a Stafford Beer. I'm more familiar with Stafford Beer than I am with Nicholas Luhmann. Yeah, so I don't really know much about Nicholas Luhmann. I mean, I've read a little bit of his book, is it called Social Systems? I think it's called that. I have the PDF. I read a little bit of it, but I didn't get that far. Most of what I know about him is because Plastic Pills did a series on his Patreon. I actually paid for his Patreon because I wanted to see this, because there's very, very little material about Nicholas Luhmann out there, and his writing is pretty difficult, so I wanted to have some sort of secondary resource if I was going to research him. And he actually did, like, a lecture series on his Patreon, so I watched that. I subscribed to his Patreon so I could watch that. I'd say it was worth it. So most of my knowledge is coming from there. But then I think back to, like, Pills' video on Nick Land and accelerationism, and how I think he really missed the point on accelerationism. And I'm not really sure how or why he ended up. I'm not sure how he got to the conclusions he came to with that. But And then I've also seen, like, he has a few videos on Deleuze. I think one of his videos on Deleuze is pretty good, and he has a lot of videos where he sort of mentions Deleuze. But I also think some of his videos on Deleuze also kind of miss the point in a similar way he did with Nick Lyall, right? And that's kind of the stuff that I'm familiar with. So, I don't know, maybe I have like a Gell-Mann amnesia situation where like the stuff I'm not super familiar with, the fields that he talks about, the people he talks about that I'm not super familiar with, maybe he's making lots of errors there. Like maybe I shouldn't trust his takes on Nicholas Luhmann because he's actually talking out of his ass. I don't fucking know. But the theory he presents as Luhmann having makes it's internally consistent. It makes logical sense. So I'm assuming that he's doing it correctly because assumedly it would have some obvious flaws if he had misinterpreted it. But I don't know. Maybe anything could be the case. Really, when you think about it, anything could happen. In a role hack, anything could happen in a role hack, and you'd never know because it's a role hack, and that's what happens. Right. So I hate BreadTube because they all just do. They'll act like they're better than you, and all they do is media analysis these days anyway. I don't fucking care about Harry Potter or whatever video games or movies, the TV show. It's fucking Mark Fisher that started all this. It's not actually. A lot of people had written, but Mark Fisher, I'm blaming you. I'm the only leftist guy that doesn't like Mark Fisher. I don't hate him, but I think Capitalist Realism is not even that good of a book. Okay, I'm just gonna be honest. I don't like Mark Fisher's like media analysis, Children of Men stuff. I find it pretty boring, and I don't like the concept of capitalism. It just doesn't seem true to me. Oh, there's some arbitrary limit on thought that you can't. It's easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of like. It's very strange because I can just imagine the end of capitalism very easily, and I don't know. There seems to be so much unexplored stuff there. Like, what if I guess he sort of explores a bit of it, or maybe I'm giving him too much. Maybe not giving him enough credit. Anyway, this isn't a video about Mark Fisher. This is a video about post-humanism. So, like, let me give you an example of someone who is a humanist, and that would be David Graeber. David Graeber, I've often harped on this, that like he has this almost anti-materialist, idealist ideology, where he sort of thinks that because the construction of society is contingent and arbitrary, that means that anyone can just make any decisions to organize society however they want. And it's just sort of about ideas, right? It's just sort of about making decisions to sort of do whatever. Yeah, he doesn't really pay attention to the fact that, like, all of this stuff is historically placed. That you know, like, you can't just make a decision because you exist in a historical context. It's almost like there's some kind of historical materialism going on. And Doltsmate is awake now, so I can come into this room and ramble, which is much better. Hello, Doltsmate. You want to be in this video? Okay. So basically, yeah, this video is pretentious. Maybe I'm pretentious as a guy. Perhaps it's possible. It's very possible. Like, is it like whatever? I don't really care about that anymore. This was just an excuse to have a meta section in the video, because you have to. If you're doing a Denpa video, you gotta have it be meta at some point. Otherwise, what's the fucking? Why bother? Why bother? Damn, it's dark. Hold on. There we go. Let's get some light in the situation. Okay, what comes next? There's two things I want to talk about, and then I'm going to end the video, I think. I might come up with more things, but there's two more things I kind of want to talk about. One of them is how everything's fake now. which is kind of related to post-humanism, but it's also related to my video about how we're all going to live in dreams. If you remember that one, that was a funny one about the AI. That was a good one. But I got some more dream. I call it capitalist surrealism. Okay, this is my new ideology that I've come up with. I call this capitalist surrealism. You're gonna love it. I don't know if you're gonna love it. I don't really have that much novel to say. Everything I'm gonna say has already been said. And then I'm gonna talk about. I want to talk about Nick Land as well. I want to talk about Nick Land's post-human, anti-human philosophy, and sort of where to place it in the timeline. And I kind of want to go back over like some of the one of my biggest videos is explaining Nick Land's philosophy, and I think that video is good. I think it holds up surprisingly well, but it does have a bit of a problem, which is that it kind of explains what he thinks. It doesn't do it very good. I don't really go into like why he thinks what he thinks, like the reasoning behind his arguments. I just sort of tell you what he thinks, which is fine. But I kind of want to go into that a little more. Like, how did he arrive at these ideas? So I want to talk about that, and I also want to talk about the concept, like where. Okay, so let's say you're an accelerationist. Like, what happens now? Like, or rather, let's say, okay, so Nick Land writes his stuff. What happens now? And what has happened since then? Because I think it's pretty. I think there's something to be learned from it. But yeah, I hope to see you then. I'll definitely catch you on the flip side when I'm recording those segments in this video. And this part has gone on for way too long. Oh my god, I'm wearing the same shirt 2 days in a row. Oh my god, how could you do it? Oh my god, how could you do such a thing? So this is a video about philosophy, which means it's also a video about politics. I'm sorry. I apologize. This is just how it has to be. Politics is applied philosophy. We've already been talking about some stuff, so it's kind of late to apologize, but I'm kind of mad that everything's fake these days, right? I guess I'm not that mad. It's just kind of frustrating. Like, a lot of libs and lefties will go around saying things like, Trump is a fascist. The thing about Trump is, he's not a fascist. Because the real fascists, like Mussolini, had a particular ideology. Like, fascism was a particular political movement, right? They had ideologies about the national myth and stuff like this, right? Trump doesn't really have an ideology. As far as I can tell, he's just sort of a populist, right? He's just sort of saying whatever he thinks is popular. It's not to say that no one on Trump's team has an ideology. Like, I don't know to what degree J.D. Vance has an ideology, because he's sort of changed his mind about a lot of stuff. But Peter Thiel definitely has an ideology, right? It's not that no one involved is a real person, but just specifically that the figureheads don't really matter. The power is located elsewhere. At least that's the sort of thing you'd want to think, right? Like, you want to sort of think that, yeah, what I just said. There's some sort of figurehead strongman, but in reality, there's sort of a bunch of really smart guys behind the scenes who actually know what they're doing. But in reality, the figurehead strongman who doesn't have an ideology is the one with all the power. So I'm not really sure what to make of that. I don't really know what it means. I don't really know if it has much of an impact. Because when I say Trump is not a fascist, it doesn't mean he's like... Fascists still like him, so it doesn't really matter. But I guess it just sort of goes to show more of what I was saying about how ideas don't really matter. It doesn't really matter that Trump himself doesn't... Like, all he really cares about is cutting taxes and getting power, right? Like, he doesn't really have any typical. Like, he's definitely not a Nazi, right? Because he's not anti-Semitic. He loves the Jews, right? And he's not a fascist in the Italian sense of the word, because he's not, he doesn't. He has a little bit of the national myth stuff, but he doesn't have it. He's not going anywhere near as hard as the Italian fascists were. He's not really doing any of the futurism stuff the Italian fascists were doing. He's not really doing any of the what do they call it? National syndicalism that the Italian fascists would like. He's not really doing anything very ideologically driven at all. Of course, the big driving factor behind the Trump campaign is not Italian-style fascism. It's like modern Christo-fascism, right? Those are the big donors, which I guess is kind of an ideology. It's not really a very coherent ideology, but then again, neither is Italian fascism. Yeah, I guess it's just that Trump himself. Yeah, I don't really know where I was going with this. The thing about the Christo-fascist stuff, have you seen a lot of these right-wing guys sort of converting to Catholicism? That's like an interesting thing, right? There's something interesting about that, is that when you hear them, like when you hear these Catholic converts, or sometimes there was a little bit where they were doing Eastern Orthodox, but now it seems like they're mostly Catholic. Like when the Catholic convert type people, they start talking about why they converted to Catholicism, because it's a bit of a weird thing to do, right? And they start, you say like, why would you do that? And they start explaining, well, the West has fallen, and we need this sense of community that religion brings, and the organization of society, and the traditional family values and whatever. It's they'll go on and on about that sort of thing. But one thing you never hear them say is because it's correct, like because Jesus Christ is real. It was a real guy who is God. Like they almost never give that reasoning. They have some ideological, fake reason, but it's just fake, right? Because they're not converting to Catholicism because they had some sort of religious revelation. Like you would expect if you saw someone who was previously not very religious convert to a strict religious practice, they would be like, oh well, I had this powerful religious experience where something happened, and now I truly believe in the Christian God. Like they never say that. They always say some shit about Western values or whatever, right? So they're also fake, and that's also kind of annoying to me, right? Like I just want them to be real. I don't know. I'd rather that they actually. Like I don't think they're even real Christians. Like they don't seem to really believe in God. They just seem to be doing it because it's ideologically convenient for them. And that's I don't know, that just annoys me. I don't know why it annoys me, but it just sort of does. But it's the left is much worse, right? Because on the right everything's fake, but on the left it's not even fake. It's just purely recuperated, right? Like you don't really have any mainstream leftists. They're really are very, very few. Like I can't think of any. I like Corbyn and some French politicians, maybe ish. I don't know. And even then, like you really can't. No one comes out and says they're like an actual leftist. They're only there's a few public intellectuals who are like Zizek, kind of a communist. He calls himself a communist, but these days he mostly just complains about the woke, and I don't know. Zizek more of a Hegelian than anything else. So I don't know. I don't know if Zizek really counts. And is there any like what other? Is Yanis Varoufakis like he's kind of popular? I don't know how well known he is outside. I mean, he's definitely an actual lefty, but he's not very popular. Or like I guess it kind of counts. Like there are some people, but then you look at like the actually mainstream, like a lefty people, and it's generally like they're all kind of libs, right? They're all like Adam ruins everything guy, right? Like that guy. I don't hate him. I mean, he's very annoying as a guy. He's like the actually as a guy, which is kind of a obnoxious thing to be. I kind of appreciate that. I kind of appreciate that someone's willing to just go all in on being the obnoxious guy that does the actually stuff, because I'm kind of that kind of person as well. So I think I don't think it's great optics, but I don't really mind it. I don't really know anything about him. But he's mostly just there doing actuallys. He's not really there, like, there's very, very few people who are willing to give any sort of positive leftist politics. Like, there's almost none. Beyond, like, the, like, healthcare, pretty much no one wants to give any sort of, which is, yeah, like, when you actually see people giving, like, it's been recuperated into, like, corporate consultancy, right? In the set, like, Sweet Baby Inc. or whatever. Like, that's the real, that's the recuperated face of leftism, is a bunch of corporate consultancy companies who come in to make sure you don't get sued, because leftism has been reduced to, like, being nice to people, right? Like, I absolutely hate this. I fucking hate all of the love not hate stuff. It's all about compassion and love and acceptance, and like that has, I hate that shit so much. It's such a bad way to, it's such a bad starting point for politics. It's so bad. It's so weak. It's such a weak starting point, because all of those words are completely fucking meaningless. They have no basis in material reality. Like, it's just nonsense. It's just actual, like, it's just emotional, fembrain stuff. I can't think of a better word. It's just kind of like, well, you wouldn't want to be mean to anyone, would you? It's like, no, I do want to be. There are people that need to be mean to. Fuck these people, It's not about compassion. It's not about compassion. I don't give a fuck about people. I don't want compassion. I want a fucking system that works, I hate this shit. It's so stupid. But it becomes weaponized through, like, therapy speak and these corporate consultancies, where it goes into, it just becomes, you hire these, like, whatever. I'm not even going to call them, I don't know what to call them. They're just, like, I don't even know. But what would you call them? Because they're not actually leftists, because they're not really anti-capitalist, right? Like, they're very pro-capitalist. They are capitalists, right? So I guess you could just call them libs. Like, you hire these libs. They're like they're rad libs, right? Or what is it? Liberal communists, the Zizek thing, right? And they come in and they teach you how not to get sued, right? They're like, okay, well, here's how you don't get sued. You use for, like, breaking diversity laws or whatever. And then that's the position that leftism holds in society right now. That's the position of power that in the West. That's what the left has been reduced to. Like, there's not even fake figureheads anymore. There's just, like, it's completely gone. It's completely recuperated into just, like, a sort of sub sector of the petty bourgeoisie or whatever. And then on the global stage, like, where's your communism? Like, China, like, I'm sorry to tell you, but China is a capitalist country, right? And then you got all these fucking infrared people who are just absolutely idiotic. I'm not even going to start to critique them, because I'd be here forever. But, like, what? Look at my communist dog. They're fucking China. They're fucking capitalist, a capitalist one-party state, borderline hyper-capitalist. Like, it's just... And then beyond the sort of mainstream into the online world, like, where are your leftist figureheads? They don't even talk about politics anymore. They did very briefly, but now they just talk about media criticism. Like, all they do is make like fucking 10-hour video essays about Harry Potter, and then at the end they sort of make some this is what every single leftist on YouTube does, is they make a 10-hour video essay about Harry Potter, and then in the last 30 minutes they say, in his book Capitalist Realism, Is There No Alternative, Mark Fisher says, and they read out like some inane paragraph from Capitalist Realism, and then they go, and that's why capitalism is bad, and then they end the video without like ever actually, it's just all, they can't interact with the world. They can't actually talk about the world because they're too busy talking about the spectacle of the world. And maybe, I personally have like a visceral reaction against this. I feel like this is very stupid. It hits the society of the spectacle within me, right? Where I'm like, you're literally doing nothing real. Like, you're only purely making a spectacular critique of the spectacular. Like, you're not even approaching economic reality at all. It's completely worse than useless what you're doing, right? Like, but then on the other hand, I have to start thinking like, well, there is not necessarily a real to get at, right? Like, at the end of the day, people are most familiar with the spectacular images, and maybe it's, but like, of course, it's not necessarily their fault that's the only thing left to do, right? But I also think it is kind of their fault that it's the only thing left to do. I don't know. I can't twist it in my mind to be a good thing. It just seems like a bad thing. It just seems bad to me. Oh man. So that's what's happening. Like, it's really not good for anyone. Well, everyone on both sides is kind of fucked. At least there's like a bunch of right-wing think tanks and Peter Thiel who will give you money for being right-wing. Like, I don't know why the right-wingers seem to think that George Soros is like handing out money to people. Like, actual leftists. Like, no, George Soros is handing out money to these sorts of capitalist consultancy firms that I was talking about, and like the liberal, like political parties that you'll find, like the Democrats and whatever. But George Soros is not giving money to like actual leftists. I don't know why people think that. Like not in the same way that Peter Thiel is giving money to actual right wingers, like anyone with like radical views. I mean, right? Like I think this is very telling, right? Like, of course, there's going to be no the only money to be made in anti-capitalism is in spectacular anti-capitalism. Like, if you were doing actual anti-capitalism, you wouldn't be able to get any power because you wouldn't be making money, but if you're doing spectacular anti-capitalism, if you're making a punk song about how capitalism is bad, like a pop punk song about, if you're making a video essay about Harry Potter, if you're making some sort of corporate consultancy about how how to treat your diverse employee base or whatever so you don't get sued, like, then you're not doing anti-capitalism so you can make money, and then you can reproduce yourself like that. It's a pretty smart system. I gotta say, it's a pretty smart system to make sure nothing ever changes. But it's pretty frustrating. It's a little bit frustrating. I do think one thing worth noting about Marx, and this is kind of just a vague idea that I have. I don't know how accurate this actually is, but as I've already said, Marx doesn't really give very much analysis of what communism would look like, right? And I think there's a number of reasons for that. I think it's caused a lot of historical problems and the deaths in the Soviet Union and other communist countries. But I think that it's possible, theory. A reason why it might be kind of difficult for us right now to imagine what Marx was thinking about is because we don't have a piece of context that Marx had, which was that in Germany, at the time that Marx was writing, there existed peasants and there existed peasants' communes, and he even refers to them by name in Capital. I think it's in Capital. I forgot what they're called in German, but he refers to these peasants' communes. So and what a peasants' commune is when a certain amount of land to farm is held in common, right? And so when people think about communal ownership of the means of production, blah, 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 they have a little bit of trouble thinking about what that means fundamentally. And it's very easy to see how someone could get mixed up and think that that means the state owns everything. I think it's not that easy to see. Like, I think you got to be a bit, you got to kind of be trying to misunderstand it to come to that conclusion. Like, they use very twisted logic. If you're not aware of the sort of tanky logic, the tanky logic is this, that like the state, according to Marx, is a tool for class domination, right? So right now, the bourgeoisie uses the state to dominate the proletariat. But if there are no more bourgeoisie, and then the state becomes a tool of the proletariat. And so anything the state does is basically the proles doing it. And so if the state owns something because it's democratic or it's like ancient fucking will of the people monarchy logic. It's like insane how you get there. But it doesn't seem to have anything to do with Karl Marx. He never really talked about it like that. At least not that I can find. Like when he does talk about seizing control of state apparatus, he doesn't give he's not very clear about like what that structurally looks like. I think because he's trying to be cautious. But from my interpretation, it's absolutely nothing like a Soviet bureaucracy. It's like much less centralized, right? It's ultimate power goes to the communes, and he does say this. He does say that pretty explicitly. It's something that's often ignored. That like all political power starts with the communes. He says that in a response to Bakunin. Where was I going with this? Right. So Marx would have had this like conception of communal ownership of land from peasants' communes that we don't really have, right? Like we don't have peasants' communes, so it's not obvious to us how some sort of productive facility, economically productive zone can be owned communally. And so we run into issues where we're like, what does that mean? How can you own something communally? They must mean the state owns it, or they, whatever. But I really don't think it's that complicated. I think Marx just thought you could do that. Like you can just not like you could just kind of own it communally. Like everyone owns it, and they sort of self manage. I don't think this was something that was very like. Does this make sense? Or does this make sense? Like I just think this would have been something that would have been kind of obvious to Marx. Like that's just something you can do. But with the societies we live in now, it can be kind of difficult to imagine how that works. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. I'm going to talk about Nick Land next. So get ready for that. What is this video? Is this like is this Denver? Or is this like edutainment? Because I'm just sort of giving you like an overview of I don't know what's going on. Is this am I making edutainment content right now? Am I making denpedutate? I don't want to think about it. I'm just gonna go over Nick Land real quick. And I already recorded this, but it came out really bad, so I've kind of been putting off taking another shot at it. But this is the basic premise. So I already made 2 videos about Nick Land on this channel. Actually, I made like 3. And one of them is one of my more popular videos, where I sort of go over the philosophy of Nick Land, and I talk about I sum up his philosophy as like hyperstitional techno-capital AI singularity. But in that video, I explained like what he thinks, but I didn't really explain the logic behind why he thinks it. So I'm going to try and do that now, and maybe do a little bit of critique, right? Especially with the context of like what's happened next, and I think this will sort of illuminate some stuff about post-human philosophy. So Nick Land, this is his basic theory, is that he's a philosopher of time, fundamentally. So he is interested in trying to philosophize about time in itself rather than a representation of time. And what this is a Kantian thing. So it's pretty easy to explain. This is like, I don't really know that much about Kant, but this is like a very easy thing to understand that Kant wrote. So I can I think, unless I'm completely wrong and I'm oversimplifying it in my own head, in which case any Kantians in my comments, please feel free to correct me. I haven't actually read like Critique of Pure Reason or anything. I've just watched a few lectures and stuff. But as I understand it, Kant points out that we never interact with reality. We only experience a representation of reality, a representation of reality through our sensory organs and our conscious experience, right? This is the difference between the noumena, the thing in itself, right, and then the phenomena, the thing once it's been sort of humaned, right? And that's what Fanged Noumena is about, right? That's the title explained. And so Nick Land is trying to get at time in itself rather than a representation of time. And he thinks that we generally think of time as sort of convergent on the present moment, and then divergent after the present moment, right? But you can the example he uses, he gave a really long interview about this, and he uses the example of throwing a pebble into a pond, right? You throw the pebble into the pond, and the moment the pebble hits the water, the ripples start to ripple out across the pond. But the physics still works out. Everything still works out in reverse. If you start from a bunch of ripples in the pond, you can trace the path back in reverse and end up back at the pebble, and everything makes perfect sense in this sort of convergent time, right? And that's the sort of thing he's interested in, is like looking at other models of time outside of the human. And one of these sort of convergent moments that he notices is if you look at capitalism. Now, Nick Land is going to have a much broader definition of capitalism than most people, especially from sort of a Marxist tradition, would be familiar with. So, like for a Marxist, capitalism means a very specific thing. It means a particular mode of production where workers sell their labor power for a wage and produce commodities for exchange, right? Like that's what the capitalist mode of production is. And this has been sort of written down by Marx in the circuit of capitalism, which is like M, money, goes into C, commodities, or I actually don't remember if it's capital or, did I get this wrong? It's CMC or MCM. Anyway, the point is, you sort of have this, you have some money, you use that to buy capital, and then the capital produces money plus profit. But Nick Land is going to take that and sort of generalize it to the point where anything you do that ultimately leaves you better off than when you started, and by better off than when you started, what I mean is with more, right? Anything that generates profit in any way is going to be classed as capitalism by Nick Land. So pretty much he calls it cyber positive. I got confused when I first read Land because I thought cyber positive would mean something like when you think computers are a good thing. But no, he's actually referring to cybernetics. And I think this is the best thing Nick Land ever came up with, which is actually maybe not the best, but one of the nuggets in Land is he wants to replace dialectics with cybernetics. He thinks like dialectics is a very human way of looking at things, which it is, if you know, at least according to Hegel rather than Marx. And cybernetics is the inhuman way of looking at things. And cybernetics, to very, very briefly go over it, is the study of self-correcting systems. So the classic example of a cybernetic system is a thermostat, where you set the temperature, and then it has a feedback mechanism whereby once the temperature reaches a certain point, it turns off the heater, and then if it dips below a certain point, it turns the heater back on. It's a self-correcting system. So cybernetics is the study of self-correcting systems, and so for Land, a cyber positive system is a positive feedback loop. It's a system that corrects itself to go higher and higher, right? So like if it was a thermostat, it would be if it ever dips below a certain temperature, it corrects itself, but it doesn't correct itself if it ever dips. And then if it stays the same, it corrects itself, so it's always going up, right? That would be a cyber positive system. A cyber negative system would be the opposite, right? A thermostat where if it gets hotter, it corrects itself. If it's the same, it corrects itself, but if it goes down, it continues. Now, according to classical cybernetic analysis, only cybernetically stable systems are stable, right? This makes sense. If you had a thermometer, I say thermometer, if you have a thermostat, you had a thermostat that kept raising in temperature, eventually it would break, right? It would get too hot, something would go wrong. So you can't have, like, if the whole point of cybernetics is to try and design systems that are self-stable. But Land has a couple of things to say about this. So just to explain, all of capitalism is then a cyber positive system, right? Once you have the MCM prime circuit, that's a cyber positive circuit because it's increasing. That's the acceleration in accelerationism. Also, something like agriculture, right? You start off with some seeds, you plant the seeds, and you end up with more seeds than you started with, right? Like that's that's capitalism also for Nick Land. That's another cyber positive system, and so he thinks that basically cyber positive systems, although they're not stable, will always outcompete stable systems because they produce more. And if you can have a particular combination whereby a system is cyber positive but also mutating constantly, then that's the best way to do it, right? That, or not the best way, like that would be a sort of human judgment, but that's the most competitive form of system because it can't collapse back on itself, because by the time it reaches some point where it would have collapsed back on itself, it's mutated and no longer has it itself to collapse back into. And you can see how this might relate back to capitalism. And so if you look at all of the trend lines in capitalism, they're all going up. They're all going up exponentially, just like a cyber positive system would, right? And eventually it needs to hit a wall. It needs to hit some sort of wall where it's impossible, just like eventually a thermostat reaches a temperature at which it can no longer function and then would break if it was set to go hotter and hotter and hotter. Any cybernetic system eventually gets dragged back down to zero. If it's any cyber positive system would eventually get dragged back down to zero. Land thinks there is such a thing in capitalism too, that like just like if you had okay, let's go back to the reversed pool of ripples with a stone. Okay, you're living in reverse pool ripples world. If you just saw like if you saw a snapshot that was very, very far away temporally from when the stone had been dropped in, it would be quite hard to figure out what exactly had gone on, right? Like, the ripples would have bounced and interfered with each other in a number of ways, and it'd be very hard to figure out what had gone on. But remember, we're in reverse time right now. We're in convergent time. So if as the time goes on and the ripples continue, and it becomes clearer and clearer picture of what's going on, right? And now you can see it. We have a ring of initial ripples around a point, and they're closing in on a point. It becomes very obvious that something must have dropped into the pool there, or this is basically the future perfect tense, right? So the future perfect tense is will have. So something will have dropped into the pool. Right. Where was I with this? Where was I going? Hold on. I just looked over. I just lost my train of thought. So all of these lines that go up, all of the ripples in the pool, all of the indicators, cybernetic indicators, are showing this sharp exponential rise and increase in acceleration of everything under capitalism. And eventually, all of that hits what Nick Land calls the wall across the future. There's a wall across the future, right, where all of it is going to hit and get dragged back to zero. And you or I might imagine that means that wall across the future is ecological collapse. And that seems more likely to me. But Land thinks, for reasons that aren't super clear, that's not the case. Mainly because of this mutation element. He thinks that the wall across the future is singularity. That's the only place it can possibly be leading, because it is the complete elimination of the human. It is the outside coming in, right? It's the noumena coming in. He thinks that eventually there will reach a point where I give you a reason for this, right? So he basically thinks that capitalism itself is the outside. And the reason he thinks this is that there's a couple of reasons. The first is he has an interesting reading of Deleuze and Guattari. I'm going to pick up my phone and start walking around. So Deleuze and Guattari have this concept called deterritorialization and reterritorialization. For reasons that I won't go into right now, they think that you should think about the world in terms of difference, repetition, flows, and intensities. I won't go into why. It's a long story that I don't fully understand even. So you can have a zone which is kind of coded in a particular way. And what that means is there are certain directions and intensities and flows that exist, right? As a human body would be an example of this. Any system would be an example of this, right? That there's you can look at anything and you can see how it's sort of coded. And then along comes some sort of flow, and that particular flow brings with it a decoding force. You could think of this in terms of ideologies. You could think of it in terms of pretty much anything. It's a very, very broad concept, right? You can apply this sort of structure. It's a framework that you can use to think about a lot of different things. So it's quite hard to come up with concrete examples, because any example is just a tiny little example, right? It's a framework you can apply to pretty much anything. But if for the purposes of this video, I will use the example of a medieval city or a medieval town, and the force is mercantile capitalism. That you have a set of codes that underlie medieval or feudal life. Social codes. The king is the higher rank than the aristocrats. The aristocrats are a higher rank than the lower level aristocrats. The lower level aristocrats are above the serfs, right? But along comes mercantile capitalism, and now within the zone of a medieval town or city, a late medieval town or city, it's controlled by these mercantile guilds. And now it doesn't matter if you're the king, It doesn't matter if you're an aristocrat. It doesn't matter if you're a peasant. All that matters is whether you have money, right? All that matters is, do you have the money to purchase these commodities? It has decoded something. That is called deterritorialization. Now, according to Deleuze and Guattari, deterritorialization is always followed by a reterritorializing flow. So, in the case of this medieval town, you had the deterritorializing flow that got rid of the structures of feudalism and then reterritorialized them into the code of capitalism. Now, land, some people say he misunderstands Deleuze. Some people say he has a different interpretation than Deleuze. He's taking a concept and using it in a different way. Whatever the case may be, I think he probably misunderstands, but it doesn't really matter. He doesn't think that, very importantly, unlike Deleuze and Guattari, he doesn't think that you need to have a reterritorializing flow. He thinks that you can have pure deterritorialization, and specifically that capitalism is pure deterritorialization. That this medieval town or whatever never really got recoded into capitalism because capitalism is decoding. It is the very essence of deterritorialization itself, right? And hence why it's constantly morphing. It's impossible to put anything on it, and he uses this term like sort of flattening all the time, like it flattens hierarchies. It causes a lot of splintering, right? It flattens and splinters and apart things, which I think is not too inaccurate of a view of capitalism. I won't go too much into my personal opinions here. I might leave that for the end. So that's one reason why of Nick Land's theory of capitalism. And so he basically thinks that eventually this deterritorializing flow that is cyber positive is going to be so powerful that it's going to deterritorialize the human itself. Okay, so capital requires production. It requires production and it requires consumption, supply and demand, and ultimately it requires desire. And right now, human beings are the only things that produce desire in proper, right? Desire proper. And so, Nick Land thinks, when you look at capitalism, there's only one possible end goal, which is that since capitalism is the outside, it is the inhuman, the essence of the noumena, the essence of deterritorialization, and humans are the inside, the phenomena, the reterritorialization, the human security system. That the only possible end goal for capitalism is to make sure that they have to somehow figure out a way to get desire from somewhere that isn't humans. In other words, artificial intelligence production, to produce artificial intelligence. He thinks there will come a point where you'll have firms, capitalist firms, which staff no humans, buying and trading and selling and producing things from other capitalist firms, which also contain no human beings. And capitalism will just sort of operate in this self-sustained way, or techno-capitalism will operate in this self-sustained way outside of humans. It will no longer be about human beings, trading goods with each other for their uses. We've already seen that capitalism has subsumed use value entirely in favor of exchange value, and that eventually you'll start to see firms which staff no humans, and those firms will outcompete human firms, and so there'll be more and more of them until eventually you have this entire apparatus of capitalism that runs on its own, that doesn't need humans at all. And that's when the human race will be made irrelevant and die out, hopefully. Okay, did I do a good job of explaining that? I really hope so. So that's why he thinks that hyperstational technocapital AI singularity is going to happen. Because you can follow the trajectories of things and see that it all ends up at artificial intelligence production, which will eliminate the need for human beings. And then humanity is going to die. And he thinks, possibly, that this is not necessarily a bad thing. And if you think if you're going to start complaining about that and getting mad, then you're basically a transcendental miserabilist. Like, if the idea of capitalism, capitalist AI destroying humanity makes you sad, then basically anything will. That's what he thinks. That, like, the ultimate goal of the human race has always been its own destruction anyway. In fact, even thinking that the human race had an ultimate goal is kind of stupid. Like, you can't, it's you're not very important, you're just some sort of meat sacks compared to like an AI, a super intelligent AI. You're really pretty insignificant. I don't know why you really thought that you had some purpose or whatever. Like, if you really thought that, of course you're going to be miserable when it turns out that that's not the case. But this is kind of a good thing because he's kind of a battalion here, right? He's like, Bataille, just to real quick, thinks death is a good thing for a couple of reasons, but one of them is he thinks that uh, one of the reasons human beings are so sad and fucked up all the time is because we are discontinuous. That before we're born, before we exist, we are continuous matter with the rest of the universe. And then once we are born and we have consciousness, we are now discontinuous. We are separated from other people and from the rest of creation. And that there are some ways we can get close to being continuous again, which is why we do things like fucking. Because when you fucking someone, you're kind of forming a continuous mass with someone else. You're literally physically joining with someone, emotionally also becoming something close to continuous. And so sex is pretty good and pretty close to it. But the only real way to go back to being continuous is to die. So that's one reason why Bataille might be a lot more pro-death than other people. There are other reasons to do with like the meaning of sacrifice, the energetic component to sacrifice, but Bataille is Land is thinking kind of along those lines, where it's like, if you really think death is like that bad, then you're kind of a pussy ass bitch. Like, you kind of, that's just your human security system blowing up. Like, you haven't really thought about it. So that's what Nick Land thinks. I think I did a better job explaining that than I ever have before. But where did this take us, right? Because once you have that idea, and there are other ways to come to similar ideas, okay? So there are two. This is the main thing everyone does when they talk about accelerationism, is they then go on to say, look, left-wing accelerationism, right-wing accelerationism, and unconditional accelerationism all exist. And look, I'll very briefly go over those. So, as far as I'm concerned, just to preface, I think both left-wing accelerationism and right-wing accelerationism are fucking nonsense. It doesn't make any sense to say that this extremely inhuman process, like that I've just described, at no point did human agency come into play, right? This extremely inhuman process should somehow be redirected, or can somehow be redirected towards human aims, political aims, and if it can be, that those political aims would fit into something as fucking tight as the left wing right wing divide, doesn't really make any sense. The right wing accelerationists tend to be a bit silly, but they are basically like the sort of pro-technology monarchists, something along the lines of Moldbug, NRX people, not traditionalists, but hardcore capitalists who think that they have this opinion that libertarian economics, deregulation, will naturally lead to certain conservative social values coming to fruition. Because, let's say, perhaps certain groups, races of people genders of people, etc., are like simply less qualified less valuable, and so the market will value them less, and they'll get turned into biofuel or whatever. That's the sort of thing they think. And that like you should build a monarchist society, something like a monarchist society, because that's the most efficient way to do capitalism. Because that's how each corporation is set up, kind of like a monarchy with a CEO, right? And then, so that's the right-wing accelerationism. It seems a little humanistic to me. And then you have the left-wing accelerationism, which is just completely, who knows what they're up to. A lot of the left-wing accelerationists just sort of ignored most of the stuff, and at least the initial ones. There's a lot of strains to all of these thoughts, so I won't go too deep into it because we'll be here forever. But there are some left-wing accelerationists who see this as like, well, we have to do our best to avoid it. They basically side with what Land calls the human security system. There are some left-wing accelerationists who say, I don't know, they don't really say much. They sort of say like, capitalism, is actually, if we really think that capitalism is sort of evolving into techno-capital AI, and we're being very Marxist about it, then to do that, to really get there, it first has to evolve into communism, which is like the better version of capitalism, sort of going back to the Promethean, Soviet-style Prometheanism. Like communism is hyper-productive and so on, and going back to that sort of thing, like, hey, if we're communists, we should be focused on maximizing productivity and all these sorts of things. They sort of end up just sort of talking nonsense, though. I don't know. They just kind of go read Lenin, and no, it doesn't seem like they really took the message to heart. But then there were some left-wing accelerationists who try and do a particular fusion of Land's sort of hard determinist politics with a hard determinist reading of Marx, and I think that's the only interesting form of left-wing accelerationism. But it's also not that left-wing. I don't know. The point is that both of those are kind of stupid and missing the point, at least in my opinion. And it became clear very quickly that they were both kind of stupid and missing the point. And so a new accelerationist branch came up, which was called unconditional accelerationism. And I still am not quite sure what they wanted, but they kind of think, they kind of spoke up very quickly to be like, this praxis is not something that we can really do in the face of this nightmare. There's no room for praxis. There's only room for anti-praxis. And I don't really understand that much more. They were just sort of a reaction to both left and right wing accelerationism. They were sort of saying, no, like, those are bullshit. You're just trying to fit this new ideology into the form of these old ideologies. Like, this is not the same as any of your previous things. This is a different thing entirely. And whatever. I'm now going to go pause the recording and take a shit. Okay, I don't know why talking about Nick Land made me want to take a shit so bad, but we're back. Where were we? We just got into unconditional accelerationism. Now, I want to talk about what happened to accelerationism and what happened to Nick Land. So, one of the things that's most interesting about Fang Noumena is the form that it takes. And that is that it takes the form of a downfall. And that is, it starts with the earliest essays and goes to the most recent. Starts with Kant, Capital, and the Prohibition of Interest, and which is a fairly standard academic, philosophical, continental paper, essay, whatever. And as it goes on, it descends into madness. You get like the Zyder-Gothic Ex-Coda, the Jake and Dinos chapter, which looks like this, and is completely incomprehensible, where language itself is deterritorialized and disintegrates, and etc. The more you read, the further into the book you get, the more insane it gets, the less tied to reality it gets, until at the end of the book, Land is writing about himself as if his whole existence is a sick joke. And what was happening in real life, and how he, the last chapter of Fang Noumena is just him sort of reflecting on how much of a husk of a human being he is after having written all of this. basically. How he's just sort of destroyed, everything is sort of destroyed for him. And what was happening in real life is that he had a psychotic break induced by excessive amphetamine consumption. Um, and then, as you may or may not know, he moved to Shanghai because he decided that China was the best form of capitalism, the most progressed form of capitalism, and therefore the future, Neo-China arrives from the future. He moved to Shanghai and he became a racist. Uh, and he hasn't really written anything that interesting since. He's written quite a lot of things. He kind of dropped off the map recently, but he's been relatively public. He's written quite a few things. He's given a few interviews. But most of it's not that interesting. He started this Dark Enlightenment thing, which I didn't think was very interesting or very good. He sort of was buddy with Moldbug for a while, then they sort of broke up because Moldbug, his Moldbug wasn't monarchist enough for him. Land seems to have very strange politics. Like a lot of people just sort of say he's a bog standard racist. He's not really a bog standard racist. In some ways, he is a bog standard racist, but his conservative philosophy is pretty much not bog standard because it tries to combine his like libertarian leanings with monarchism. Like he's kind of an anarcho-capitalist monarchist, which doesn't really make any sense. And he keeps struggling to try and make it make sense, but he kind of can't. He also got into crypto like 5 years late after crypto had already sort of boomed and busted. He wrote this thing called Cryptocurrent, which I think is like, I actually read the whole thing. It was okay. He makes this argument that Bitcoin, he tries to read the Bitcoin white paper as a philosophical text, which is a bit stupid, right? As a premise, he stretches it a bit. He tries to say that Bitcoin solves the Kantian problem of space time, but do I really want to explain this? I'm just not going to bother. Fuck it, it'll take me too long. But anyway, that was kind of dumb. He hasn't really read much of interest. I don't know. As for the rest of the accelerationists, most of them basically, even the unconditional accelerationists, sort of ended up falling back into the two camps of either they became neo-reactionary moldbugists, or they just sort of went back to being infighting leftists. And I think there's a good reason for this, which is that if you really do buy into accelerationism, as Nick Land posits it, then there's really not much you can do, right? Like you kind of just fucked no matter what you do. Your individual human action or even collective human action is very much inconsequential. Like human beings, there's just nothing. It's just a very, it literally drove him nuts. Like you just can't actually hold these ideas in earnest. If you really did truly and earnestly believe this in all of your heart, then it would be really hard to live. You wouldn't be. It doesn't give you any. It doesn't serve like a lot of the purpose that philosophy is supposed to do, right? Which is to sort of provide some intelligibility to the world. Whereas Land's philosophy is all about being Lovecraftian and therefore like the Lovecraftian god unknowable status of capitalism. That by the time you've even analyzed it, it's already mutated, right? By the time you can't really do anything about it. You can't really know anything about it. You can't really know anything about the world. You can't really do anything about the world. But if you're sad about that, then that's you're sort of an idiot. It's kind of like not really a philosophy that anyone can actually hold. And so, it just either it drives you nuts, or you just have to make some concessions in the philosophy in order to bring back some sort of political practice so that you can feel like, you have some direction in your life. You have some some ought. You have to have some. You want to have some ought, or at least some might, right? Might as in what might one do, what ought one do, what might one do, how ought one live, how might one live, you know. Uh, the accelerationism kind of doesn't work very well as a philosophy in a lot of ways because it's not just philosophically pessimist. There have been a lot of philosophical pessimists, but it's like it's so philosophically inhuman. It's not even just post-human. It's like a complete. It's not even just post-human. It's not even anti-human. It's just inhuman, which is cool aesthetically. Like I agree with I think I find it aesthetically appealing, but it's practically useless. Um, as well as the fact that, and here I'll go into some of my own criticisms. It's often, wrong. Uh, like one of Land's predictions. Land doesn't make that many predictions. That's not true. He makes a lot of predictions. But one of his very concrete predictions is the quote, "Nothing human makes it out of the near future." And he wrote that in the 90s. So we can be pretty confident in saying we're in the near future right now. And lots of things human are making it out, you know? Um, the, the AI singularity didn't happen. Now, you might say, well, look, actually, Land was right because we already have AIs developing right now. But these, AI companies like ChatGPT and whatever are facing significant issues that Land never addressed. The first one being they're not real AI. They're just either generative diffusion images models, which isn't really AI, or they're large language models, which isn't really AI. And the second thing is that, completely counter to what Land suggested, they're actually losing a fuck ton of money, and they don't seem to be successfully capitalist. Like there's already been a whole bunch of articles written about how this is sort of a fad, and there was an article in the Financial Times, for example, about how like there's absolutely no reason to believe that these large language models that cost billions to train are ever going to make the money back. And warning investors like, hey, you might want to be a bit cautious on this because we still haven't figured out how this is supposed to actually make a profit, which is, very different from what Land said. Right? Like you haven't seen the fundamental thing that Land thought you were going to see, which was companies made up entirely of AI, trading with other companies and made up entirely of AI, and humans sort of being dismissed from the system of capitalism. I mean, it's happened to some extent, but oftentimes humans are sort of just demoted to the slaves. But the AI, it's not. There's still. It's not that like they just don't exist. The systems that Land thought would happen. There's no way for an AI to have a bank account, right? So it can't make a profit. It can't accumulate wealth because it can't have a bank account because it doesn't exist. Like there's a lot of stuff like that. There's also some theoretical errors that you might think Land makes. One big one might be what I said previously, like whether you think that Land is making some particular turn from Deleuze and Guattari, or whether you think he just misunderstands Deleuze and Guattari. Like about with regards to deterritorialization. If his whole theory is based on this, like a lot of people have said that yes, capitalism is a deterritorializing force. It's also a reterritorializing force, but there's the deterritorializing force isn't capitalism itself, or isn't capital itself. It just follows capital, or pushes capital. Whatever metaphor you prefer. And then the wall across history. Do you actually think that has to be singularity, or could it be the more likely scenario, ecological collapse? In which case everything Land said is completely wrong. And finally, and I think this is a big issue with all. This is an issue that every post-humanist has to at some point address that Land never addresses, which is, okay, you're going to be writing from the perspective of the post-human. You're trying to write from the perspective of getting at the outside, but you can never actually get at the outside because you're trapped on the inside. It doesn't really matter how many drugs you do. you're never actually going to get at the outside. It's not possible. So, theoretically, how are you justifying yourself here? How are you trying to say, actually, even from within the inside, I have an accurate perception of the outside, which you can't do? And he never answers this, which is a good idea, but he might be wrong. You look at other post-humanist philosophers who have tried to get rid of the human. You say, I already went through this, but they all have to say, well, I'm not writing from the perspective of a human because there are no humans, right? There are no human beings in society, as Nicholas Luhmann said, or maybe you're Bernard Stiegler and you're saying the idea we're all cyborgs basically. So or like techness is a cyborgian extension of the human. So writing from the perspective of is always not cybernetic, but writing is always a post-human act because our tools, humans are the tools, and it's kind of complicated. Or maybe you're, Deleuze. You're talking from the perspective of individuals. But either way, you have to somehow challenge, like most of these people, they're trying to challenge the category of the human being as a beginning of their philosophy, right? They want to challenge the category of the human being. Even some post-humanist Marxists do this, right? That you can't start from the human being because the most fundamental you can get is class relations, not individual human beings, right? But yeah, again, Land doesn't really do this. He does offer some sort of cybernetic approach, but as far as I can tell, he never goes into and actually he never goes and actually takes away the human from humanism. He just inverts humanism, right? And there's an argument that could be done on purpose. I think it's possible that Baudrillard does something similar very purposefully, where he sort of thinks these categories are useful, they just need to be inverted. Like, I don't want to subvert the categories, I just want to invert them, right? For useful philosophical, theoretical reasons. It's possible that you can read Nick Land as doing that, but either way, I think the consequences kind of speak for themselves. That this philosophy is just untenable for a human being to hold, because and that's why no one's really an accelerationist anymore. It's pretty hard to find people who still are sort of hardcore Nick Land enjoyers. It turns out a lot of the people who inspired Land are kind of, more useful than Land himself. Either Deleuze and Guattari, there's a lot of people who ended up doing this, right? They either became Marxists, or they became Deleuzians, or they became NRXers, or they became battalions. Everyone sort of did that sort of thing. So that was the point of this segment. It was just to sort of say, like, accelerationism is a weird kind of post-humanism because it isn't really challenging the category of the human so much as it is just inverting the categories of the human and the non-human. And that's unusual, and it could be an explanation as to why it kind of died out as a philosophical movement and hasn't really had as much impact as some people might have expected. I still think there's some valuable stuff in there. I think there's valuable stuff in what Nick Land wrote. I don't think everything he wrote is great. I think a lot of what he wrote is kind of actively bad, especially later Land. But even within Fang Noumena and whatever, I think that some of what he wrote, I think that there's a lot of stuff to pillage. You can definitely go into Fang Noumena and start pillaging concepts and find a bunch of gold, even if on a whole it's a gold covered turd. I think it's still worth rescuing that gold anyway. Okay, I think that's the end of this segment on Nick Land. since I talked about Nick Land and I vaguely talked about Bitcoin, I'm just going to use this as an excuse to talk about crypto very briefly. Hopefully it's brief. Sort of how like any understanding of monetary theory could have easily told you that crypto would end up like that. Of course, it's very easy to say this in hindsight, but also I didn't know about monetary theory when Bitcoin first came out, so I couldn't have whatever. And it shows something important, which is about why, sorry, libertarians, taxes might be useful if you're going to have a monetary system. Taxes are actually a good thing for a monetary system because taxes are something that everyone has to pay in one legitimized currency. Taxes exist to legitimize currency. Why would the government print a bunch of coins with the king's head on it and then ask you to give some back? Why not just print the coins and not give all of them out and just keep some for yourself? Why give them out and then ask for them back? Doesn't that seem like an insane way of doing things? It makes sense if the real goal of taxes is to make sure everyone has to pay taxes, so everyone has to use the currency that you can pay taxes in. Because if there are no taxes, then you're going to have a bunch of competing currencies that are all equally legitimate, right? At the end of the day, you can't pay your taxes in Bitcoin. You can't pay your taxes in Monero. You can't pay your taxes in any particular shitcoin, right? You can only pay your taxes in dollars or euros or pounds or wherever you live, right? And so ultimately, none of those currencies are ever going to be real money because there's only one real monetary transaction that everyone has to do, and that's pay their taxes, right? If you can't use the money to pay taxes, it's not money. That's the reason we have taxes. If you don't have one legitimized currency that the state legitimizes, you end up with a whole bunch of competing currencies. And if these currencies are competing, then they are necessarily competing on a market against each other, which means they just turn into speculative commodities, right? The only reason to own one above another one is because you think one is more valuable than the other one. And you only think one is more valuable if you think it's going to be more valuable in the future. And then you can sell it for a profit, right? Etc. Right? Which explains why crypto is so volatile and there's a million different shitcoins all competing with each other because there are no taxes, because there's no state to make sure that you have to use the one legitimate currency. And it's also why, there's technological reasons why crypto sucks to buy things with, but there's also a more fundamental reason why crypto sucks to buy things with, which is that no one wants crypto because you can't pay your taxes in Bitcoin. So ultimately, this is the end thing. I guess I'm doing a conclusion here. Doing a conclusion? We're doing a conclusion. Ultimately, post-humanism, what is it? It's very, I guess you could argue it starts, I think Nietzsche starts with Nietzsche, who sort of says just replacing God with this category of the human being isn't really a substantive change, right? It's only the very beginnings. And as I said earlier, it could be interpreted as just kind of arguing against things no one really believes anyway. It sounds like something really cool, right? It sounds kind of like transhumanism. And there are some, transhumanism could be classed as a form of post-humanism in the same way sort of animal rights activist stuff can also be classed as a form of post-humanism, but not really what I'm talking about here. But it's only the very beginning of a scaffold of a framework. It tells you where to start. It doesn't tell you where to go from there. And as you've already heard me explain, right, there's a lot of options out there. A lot of options out there, right? Like, when it comes to humanism, everyone knows where to start and where it takes you. Probably to some sort of liberalism, maybe existentialism, whatever. But when it comes to post-humanism, you have a lot of different options. About where to start? What do you put in the first place? What's the central agent of history? And again, I'm going to go back to what I said when I said earlier, the lands my favorite thing, which is replacing dialectics with cybernetics. I really think that if you want a good framework for starting to understand the world, starting from a cybernetic point of view, from a systems point of view, is going to be more useful than starting from a human point of view, a humanistic point of view. Starting by looking at how systems reproduce themselves. It's called autopoiesis. Loud keyboard noises. It's a good way. It's a good place to start. It's a good place to begin when you're trying to get at things. And I think if you just start running around trying to find the reason I think it's good. Let me explain this actually because I didn't make that clear. I'm gonna go into the other room so that there's less keyboard noises. So the issue, right, with either starting with God or starting with the human is that you're starting with some sort of agentic subject, right, that you privilege above everything. And the thing about subjects is they always misbehave. They never do what you want them to do because they don't really exist, right? There's some sort of construction. They never really behave, right? And they have all sorts of problems. Like I spent the whole video talking about how humanism has all sorts of problems. But when you start from systems, from cybernetics, it's a fundamentally different thing. It's not just switching out God for the human subject. You're switching out a subject for a system of which, where there might not even be a subject present, right? There might be a medium of communication, there might be observers, and there might be second order observers, but there's no subjects. And this flips the way, it doesn't necessarily just flip it, but it gives you a very different, more interesting approach. And once you start looking at the world in this way, I don't know, I just think it's a new tool in your arsenal. And I think it's good to have as many tools, as many conceptual tools as you possibly can. And I think this one is really useful. I just started recording this because I was like, I need an outro to the video, and I didn't really think about any examples I was going to use. I guess we could just go with some very boring politics stuff, right? Like you can look at some problem in the world. Let's say, I don't know. It just kind of seems stupid to bring up a specific example. All I'm saying is, I guess, what happens when you just take that sort of thing, whatever, you must have some strongly held beliefs, right? Like, let's take something I'm sure most of the people on this channel can agree with. Perhaps, like, free open source software. I'm sure we all love good software, right? Is it useful to look at that from a humanist perspective? And this is something that I think is wrong with Stallman's book. Richard Stallman has this book called Free Software, Free Society, but he just sort of has these pre-established moral guidelines, a rights-based morality. That's his argument, is like non-free software infringes on people's natural rights to personal property and freedom and whatever, liberty. And I think that's I was pretty disappointed because I was like, that doesn't seem very philosophically rigorous to me. Like, you're just sort of saying people have these natural rights. He's just sort of assuming that everyone's going to agree with him, and he doesn't do any work to establish why that is the case. I think it's not a very good book in terms of arguing in favor of free software from a rigorous ethical standpoint. Instead, you might take a look at what are the systems in place, not human agents, systems, not ideas, systems in place that are causing, that are surrounding the modern software industry. And you might say, well, in the first place, there's capitalism, and as an extension to capitalism, the particular issue is IP law, right? That there's a particular system of IP law that needs changing. And why is IP law set up the way it is? Well, because certain people lobbied for it. Certain companies lobbied for it because to set their bottom line, right? And so if you see problems with the software industry, which I'm sure many of you do, what's a better thing to do? Would you think that the best way to change things would be to go around saying everyone needs to have better ideas? Or do you think that a better way to change things would be to change the underlying systems? Because ideas don't come from nowhere, they come from the set of circumstances that you find yourself in. Best place to start would be by changing those circumstances. And then you can start thinking about how to go about doing that, right? How to go about reforming IP law, perhaps how to go about changing something about the economic system that we live under that produced that IP law in the first place. I'm not saying become a Marxist. I'm saying maybe there are some economic models, some economic models, some modes of organizing production that, and I know I'm focusing too much on production here from a Bataillean standpoint, but let's just ignore Bataille for a second. Some way of organizing production where free open source software maybe makes a little more sense. Where do you find it really annoying when you want to play a new video game? Do you find Counter-Strike 2 really annoying? Because I know I do. I think Counter-Strike 2 is extremely annoying because you had this game called CSGO that I put 3,000 hours into, and I don't really like it that much anymore, but I have so many memories attached to it. And it wasn't just the game, it was all of this. It wasn't just the core competitive game mode. It was Wingman, it was Surf, it was B-Hop, it was 1v1 servers, it was HNS, it was all of the friends I met on that game, etc. It is all just gone. It all just got wiped because Valve wanted to upgrade to Counter-Strike 2. And Counter-Strike 2 has way fewer community servers. It doesn't run nearly as well on most hardware. It feels worse. Has shitty, CSGO had some of the best movement in any video game ever. CS2 has buggy, terrible movement even like a year after its release. Just recently there was a clip of Rops. Rops is one of the best Counter-Strike players in the world and one of the best Counter-Strike movement players in the world. He is famous for he's a pro Counter-Strike player, and he's pretty well known for being very skilled at KZ and B-Hop and stuff. He's really, really good at movement game modes as well. And so when you see Robs playing Counter-Strike 2 and somehow being unable to jump on top of a box that's this high, you can be pretty certain that he's not fucking up, right? It is the engine that's fucked up. And there's a lot of clips of how jumping, just something as simple as jump crouching, is completely broken in CS2. People get stuck in walls, they can't jump up to ledges, and there's examples of pros losing rounds to this bug. And yet Valve were like, oh, we can't recreate it. There was no bug in the original game. You just ruined it. Like, there's so many, the game runs worse, which means it feels worse. I know, I hate Counter-Strike 2. They should never, all because they just, so they could have a new coat of paint. I guess I thought, I was originally like, it'll mean they actually care and they update the game. It's on a new engine that they whatever. The point is, maybe you think that this kind of thing is a problem. That it's not good when every new video game is 500 gigabytes and can only run on the newest graphics card. Do you think that it is the way it is because there are a bunch of individual actors at these companies who have bad ideas about how video games should be made? Or do you think it's more likely that those shitty video games are the way they are because of a set of systems? Because, there was an economic system whereby graphics card companies collude with video game companies in order to make their games higher end so that you need to buy new graphics cards to run them. And do you think there is a system of IP law whereby those graphics card companies, there's a borderline monopoly or a duopoly. There's like 2 or maybe 3 if you want to count Intel. I think they have a graphics card. I don't remember. But basically two companies that run the entire graphics card industry. Why? Because of IP law, first of all. If every time they made some sort of advancement that was public knowledge, you would probably see a lot more competitors in the industry. But instead, all of this knowledge is like closely guarded trade secrets, and there's no one has the expertise to start a competitor. It's not because there are only there's a natural law of the universe where there's only a certain number of people that are capable of being smart enough to make a graphics card. No, it's because the information is kept secret by these companies in order to prevent competition. Maybe there's an economic system underlying that incentivizes that kind of behavior, and maybe there could be some sort of laws to regulate things like this, or maybe the entire system itself is fundamentally broken and needs to be reformatted in some way. There's a whole bunch of systems that are interacting here. Maybe, there's an entire system of proprietary software which is protected by intellectual property rights, which all exist to prop up rentiership. And maybe rentierism is a bad thing. Maybe you think that's problematic for some reason, because you can just set up any set of characteristics that a successful system should have, and they're always going to be contingent and arbitrary, right? Whatever you think a successful system should be is just in the same way that when you set a thermostat, there's no morally correct thermostat setting. There's no objectively best temperature to hold your thermostat at. It just depends on what you need in the moment. In the same way, you can set your parameters for what you think a system should do however you want. They're basically arbitrary. It's nice to have some justification for them. You don't have to have some. That's not important. That's not what we really care about. What we care about is just being able to analyze how well a system actually achieves those goals. So, for example, you might have some sort of prior, which is climate change is bad. You might think ecological collapse is bad. And I think that's a pretty respectable position. I don't think you're going to have to do that much to convince people that that's true. But you might think ecological collapse is bad. And then you might go on to say, planned obsolescence is bad because it causes environmental destruction. And the fact that all of these technologies require more and more complex hardware is bad because that also contributes to environmental issues, ecological issues. It would be better if we could all still be using computers from 2007 and the software had just gotten faster and better and better. Like maybe that would be a better way to run society. What systems are in place that have made it so that's not the case? And how might you change those systems in order to make it so it is the case? This seems like a better way of looking at things than these people have bad ideas. Okay, that's the conclusion of my post-humanism video.